Gonna get everything set up and hit on, but then this light started flickering. My voice activation here. Dragon. Software, whatever. I was like, fuck it, I'll just start it anyhow. You know, I was like, as soon as something goes wrong, wait, it's gotta be perfect. It's never the case. All right, I should sound better now. I'm not exactly sure. Okay. Hey, what's up, Tanks? How you doing? So, I know I had a little bit of a hiatus, whatever, but I'm now working on that room. As I got a little bit, since I had the broken leg and everything, I just was just like, fuck it. I didn't want to go in there because, you know, obviously the pain and everything. But now I'm working on it gradually. Every hour. I mean, every day I'm working on a few, like an hour here, hour there, a few minutes here. So, yeah, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very grateful for my health considering. I mean, do have, you know, this damn broken leg. You actually see it, you know. So, very good surgeon. You can't even see the scar, but on June 6th, I go in, probably figure out when they're going to rip out the hardware. And since I have Paget's, whatever, my bone's constantly turning over like rapidly. It rips it down, rebuilds it, rips it down, rebuilds it, whatever. If I don't have enough calcium, it doesn't have enough building blocks to do it correctly. But now that I figured out that I have Paget's, I constantly give it calcium, vitamin D, like nonstop. Um, and so I'm good, and I can build muscle on top of that. But anyways, you know the issue with that, right? But since the pad just moves and shifts throughout the bone, it just sort of randomly got into one area where, you know, it fractured or whatever. You know, so like a culmination, like sort of like the perfect storm in my legs, like kind of random kind of thing. So I mean, it was building up over the years, you know, the stress fracture, and then finally, it was just enough to like break it. Weightlifting was, you know, part of it. Paget's definitely. Um, but anyway, so the bone density is different. So the metal and the bone. So normally it was just to be a little like discomfort and a little bit of pain, but since I have Paget's, the not only is different parts of my bone different densities. Now you have the density of the metal, and so when that just gets ding ding all the way through it, or if I'm walking on it, um, you guys feel it, you know, like the heat from all the blood because the Paget's like it has this pro and con to my leg. It's super dense, right? It has 80% of the strength of normal bone laterally, and like 2 to 3 times, like 300 times the strength compressive Y. So that's why it exists in our genome. But the real reason why it exists in our genome is because it's super dense and has so many blood vessels, right? And so normal blood vessels are just like normal bone is, right? But with Paget's, it's just so jam packed with blood vessels and bone stuff. So your immune system is inside your bone, and so whenever I get sick, right, my body goes into overdrive, right? And like this mucus comes out and everything. So if you see me like not go in the ocean for a little bit, my body is in a state of shock a little bit. So I have to constantly go in the ocean every a little bit so my body doesn't like overreact. Mucus starts coming out or whatever. It just like attacks like the virus or whatever like thing that I have, like bacteria, whatever, just goes crazy. And that's why I only get sick for like half a day and shit like that. Or if I get sick, I'm out, you know, I'm talking about, I'm just it's done, you know, I'm talking about. But it's rare that it does happen, but when I get sick, I get sick. That's why, you know, like it exists or whatever is specifically to handle like disease or whatever. So it's just that's why it's there. And you know, it's Scandinavian or whatever, so I could see why It wants to handle cold extremely quickly, and having all those blood vessels, like I'm warm to the touch. I'm talking about like super warm. So I never really noticed it, until like white people came up to me and they're like, "Oh my God, you're warm," and like especially like redheads, whatever. I was like, it's just I've seen that before, and it's thought it was weird because they're cold to the touch and I'm warm to the touch, and so other like left-handed people and shit like that. I just thought, this very unusual thing. Never really understood it until I got older. Now, but looking back, I was like, oh, okay. But being warm to the touch is not normal. But I was just like, oh, I'm just hot. I just have a fast immune system, and being super skinny and everything. But now, when you get older, everything slows down. Those really good things in your genome is not really good because it's not to the level you're not supposed to live past 30. You're not supposed to live past 40. It's just like, oh yeah, well, we just need you to have your genes in the next generation, and then whatever happens after that, your body, your thing just didn't, yeah, it didn't care, your genes didn't give a fuck about, because chances are you're not gonna live that long. So what if it deteriorates? It's like how many people in the Middle Ages really had access to excess calcium and vitamin D? They're fucked. So I'm so glad. Like sometimes you think about being native and you're like, oh man, back in the day when everything was natural and pristine, before the white man, before industry and the smog and nature was beautiful. But then you think about it like this, like shit, I'll be fucked, without medical technology. I was like, so you gotta take the good with the bad and everything, you know what I mean? So it's just like whatever. So is what it is. When I was gonna get into some super boring stuff about Ukraine, about how I feel about like everything and some like DARPA stuff or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I still got everything here. Honestly, what I'm waiting for, I'm studying for my broker's test, right? So I'm a little bit, and I'm past the point of really trying to get an education. Like I'll do it, I'll get my MBA, but it's at this point, it's just like I have like I don't see the point because a lot of things are based on human biases. Like they're gonna think you're smart because of the color of your skin, regardless of whatever. But I can push through this threshold, and that's the only thing that's really keeping me. So I'll get the MBA, at HPU, and but the thing is, like, what I want, I need a few things lifted. I need to be in study groups. I need to be incorporated fully, even more incorporated to society. uh, if I, it's already accepted that I could go into real estate, what I'm talking about, but I need those study groups. I need to have those good people around me, those business people, whatever. And I know they're still hesitant, and it's just being an outlier of what America is in Hawaii. It's just like, I'll put more good people around me, So it's just like so frustrating. But, I went through college and I think I had maybe two study groups, Everybody's just like, oh no. Like, I don't know what happened in Jersey, but better safe than sorry. So it's just all me. It's just like, if it's my fault, everything I did was my fault, you want to blame it on me. You got to be like, everything I achieved is also all me. The structure just was never there, but I was able to attain it. And then if you really look at the structure, indirectly was the VA. These the only people that really were. My parents was the bureaucracy, so the bureaucracy hits me over the head but lifts me up. I mean, so you gotta like have some kind of empathy if you're in the bureaucracy because that's all I got. I'm an adoptee, so and it really takes people to loop. If you look at me, you want to call me German, but I grew up in a German household, so it really fucks with people. And then when you reach out to other people, you don't reach out to where it's German or Irish, Italian, but you look at all the external things or whatever and be like, oh well, we want to, identify you with this, that, and the other, whatever. But where's all the core of who I am? It's a political thing when you're dealing with bureaucracy. So it's really hard to find empathy when by and large, you have to state that you're this political neutral thing, but it's really a heavily biased thing, and we know that Nazism has their safety and base within the government, you know. So it is what it is. So I mean, it's just, but I'll overthink it. So whatever. But right now, I'm studying for my broker's exam. That way I could, make some money. And what I was getting at, I really need to buy. Um, I went way off on a tangent. I need to work in real estate to buy. We call it CPU, AMD CPU. It's about $5,000, and that's like the really core of what I need for my computer and two graphics cards. And I need some other stuff, and I'll gradually get some lights or whatever. But I think once I get those three things too, well, yeah, those three things, because I'm thinking like I just need that CPU, and technically I could get away with not the GPUs, but to game I need those GPUs. So, and I have two different computers, and I'll be alright. I don't know. I mean, thinking about getting like one of those things with the pens so you could draw and everything like that, be a little bit easier for me instead of like the mouse and everything. Fuck. But I had yeah. So get that. I got to fix my car. It's gonna be another 5,000. So I have my Tesla, kind of a little bit more than a fender bender or whatever person was texting. So got to figure that out. Yeah, I do miss Gears. I do miss Gears. I can't watch Gears on Twitch because I'd rather be playing it. And obviously, like when you watch Twitch, you're watching games that you don't normally play, you don't have time for and everything. So I can't watch Gears. I kind of miss it. I don't know what changed, but I want to be kind of like semi-surprised. But usually when this happens, like if I stay away from a game, as soon as you get back into it, they come out with a new thing. So, hopefully, um, the next would be like Gears Outlast 10 years. That's my thinking. It's just iconic, know what I'm talking about. And that's my thing. I really would want the next Gear. It just has a good art style and a nice, yeah, exactly. The fours, right? The 4,000 series. Yeah, so I'm excited for it too. So that's what I'm kind of waiting for. So I gotta hustle. I mean, as soon as they rip this thing out of my leg, it'll probably be another like 30, 60 days. Take my broker's test, probably within 60 days. Technically, my class, what I officially have to do is on the 24th, and I have to officially hand that in to the state to say that I have enough education into real estate. But I studied it, obviously real estate, but it's all theorems and that kind of thing, not in practice, whatever. But it's a high level stuff, so high level development, real estate, and then of course all the way down here is residential. But it's so funny, like the most like cutthroat people are stating like real estate's so difficult or whatever. It's always at the salesman or whatever because it's all perception based. And here you got this like data, and more of financing, whatever at the top, and you just, so it's kind of funny, And then you have racism. It's like, oh, you gotta play into it because you're always at the bottom when you have dark skin. It's like, dude, I'm not even gonna deal with that shit, what I'm saying? So, but you just gotta get through it. Then you just gotta grind through it and read it, and then be like, oh, okay, I got that. But it's kind of, you want to know it so you know it like the back of your hand because you gotta do it as a broker or whatever, right? Because people will look at you with skin color and be like, oh, we'll throw this, we'll try to paper fuck you and be Nazi about it, and try to get every little detail, be like, oh, handle this, having this paperwork, or what about this little thing, what about this checkbox or whatever, be like, and try to be like, oh, this little thing, he doesn't know about this, so he's a fool, whatever, saying clone and everything else like that, I'm saying, like, fuck you, what I'm saying, but I could do that, I could do it like it's nothing, I'm not even worried about it. Well, I am a little bit, I'm saying that's what I'm preparing for, I'm over preparing, so those little nuances or whatever, and you still got to be cool through it. But then on top of that, just the Nazi stuff, then you got actual fucking Nazi people, and use it maliciously and racially, those little fucking bureaucracies. Now you just have like the Nazi stuff, saying the, grammar Nazis, but you have actual Nazis you got to deal with. So, and it's just like, whatever, dude. You just to be cool with it. But man, I got you, whatever. This is nothing, whatever. So, and have like Nazi shit sort of blends into actual Nazi shit now, talking about they sort of like screen and hide behind, oh, that's just, I'm just being like a Nazi, not an actual Nazi. But no, you're being a fucking real Nazi, you know what I mean? So it's just like, but this is how it is, but I'm all right. I could deal with that like it's nothing. Most people be like, oh man, it's too much, because shit you wouldn't really spotlight, but you're like, oh, I'm just gonna spotlight him, we're just gonna force it on the darkies, I'm talking about. But I could do work through all that shit, what I'm saying? So that's what people in Jersey, at the Jersey Shore realize, so it's just like, I could handle it like it's nothing, whatever, and it's okay to have just a little bit of bias, and we're all like that, but don't be hardcore about it. Don't be a hardcore fucking bitch and asshole Nazi about the shit, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, but yeah, and that's what I realized being in this current therapy is just like I'm over preparing. Um, it's like one thing to a point where I'm being OCD about racism and constantly this being perfectionist or whatever, and then itself whatever, preparing myself for every eventuality to combat racism and that paper fucking whatever constantly, people trying to form an opinion union, bureaucracy, whatever, and you being over here, and they're trying to like say this is who you are, whatever, and you gotta bolster yourself up to handle all that bullshit they try to throw at you, whatever. That you overprepare yourself, and then at a point you just gotta be like, all right, just gotta be cool and chill, whatever. You're a good person, whatever, and it's like, all right, I got this, whatever. Instead of everybody like, we gotta justify our hatred against you and throw all this bullshit at you, and just be like, all right, I got it, but no big deal, whatever. It's just how the world is, what I'm saying? And I just know, what I'm saying, just handle it. Because normal people don't have to do all those other nuances, whatever. Because they get a little bit of leeway, talking about. So it's, it's like nothing. So someone at a certain intellectual level could be like this, and that effort and that ability, whatever, I'm talking about, because they don't spotlight them. But me, everything gets, spotlighted or whatever. Like, we don't want him to have money, so we don't want him to be viewed like that, whatever. So they try to do all this little frivolous bullshit or whatever. And so you have to be up here with the ability, I'm talking about. And what really frustrates him when I able to do it up here, they got to be like, oh, he has to put in all this effort or whatever. And I'm at the point, I could do it, sleeping, I'm talking about, standing my head, not even thinking about it, I'm talking about. So, and that's really frustrates them because they want to be like, oh, he's got to do all this other shit. But that's just like nothing. Because like I said, I studied real estate up here, development, financing level, whatever. And now I'm just doing it residential. I got it, what I'm saying? But that's money's money, I'm talking about up here, whatever, so you gradually learn development, you gradually learn financing, whatever. But what's the point? Might as well just learn it to begin with, I'm talking about. Because real estate sales is just, it's procedural, I'm saying? All the laws are already developed to protect the clients, I'm talking about. So you just got to follow that and you're good, I'm talking about. You just, and the thing is, I'm going to use it on good people anyways that got their shit straight or whatever, So that's the whole goal. Put myself in where I have to deal with people nickel and dime and hustling over this little peanuts, whatever. And it's like, hey, you want to buy a house? All right, cool, man. I got you. It's no big deal. What I'm saying? I'll be able to take care of you, and that in itself, I take care of you, take care of me. Everybody's happy. We all make money. I'm talking about. So it's just easier, and that's the goal of it. They have less of a need to do all this backstabbing, all that other bullshit. So I'm really looking forward to it. And I think a question was asked to me by my therapist is like, how do you feel about this and that or whatever? But it's same thing. when I'm out there, I want to be handling this and that and being active, moving and shaking or whatever, having that good stress, whatever, dealing with it. But when I'm at home, I don't want to deal with anybody. I don't want to deal with any of that shit or whatever. That's my sanctuary, whatever. Just want to game and do whatever, just have my peacetime, whatever. But when I'm out, meet and greet, whatever. Boom, here, I'm good. You know what I'm talking about? So it's just like, how do you get phone calls at the middle of the night? Yeah, it's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you turn it off on a switch. But it's like everybody, you know what I'm talking about? So I think I'll be all right. But I think that question was asked to me. It's just like, is it because it's a change up in personality? It's like, how do you handle this? But it's like when you grow up or whatever, you can remember when you were shy, right? Like when you're 12 or whatever. I remember being at church farm school, but I was very grateful because of like I said, I have this like this furnace inside of me that burned really hot, and I was really active. It's really difficult for people to understand that. Looking at me now, but I was just always just moving, and moving and whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I was in wrestling at a really young age, and junior varsity and wrestle varsity when I was in seventh, eighth grade because there's only 200 people, less than 200 people in the whole school from 7th to 12th grade or whatever, right? And so they couldn't find anybody at the 103 weight class, right? So who had to fill that spot? But was 7th and 8th graders. So here I am wrestling off with, who was the person? Was it Jorge Cruz, Dominican, Puerto Rican? So he got the spot more often than not, I'm talking about. But I definitely had the spot a couple times, a varsity spot. So, but, what I'm saying, when I did held the varsity spot, I did have a winning record, I'm talking about. So it's good. So I take that, and I'll take that to the grave, wrestling, JV, and occasionally varsity, granted, what I'm saying, but it's good. It was all competition based or whatever, at 103. But it's trippy when I look back at it now, wrestling like that. Not everybody knows MMA, but if we were good, we would learn a little bit MMA move here or there, whatever, and definitely use that in Seaside before anybody knew about any of that stuff, But it's just like, but it was ingrained, and it was like you never use this, whatever. But when you push against the wall, anyways. But when you wrestle, right? It's just like there's this. If you realize that what it is, it's like learning a vocabulary moves, and you just sort of do it by muscle memory. And I guess being in a private school and against other private people, when you go against other schools, a lot of the positions were bought. You realize that when you're going against another private school, they got in there because their families were rich, and so when they wrestled, you could sort of kind of tell, right? And they got in there because I'm not saying they're dumb people. I mean, there's so many people that come from really brilliant families and they're gifted, without a doubt. But by and large, like some of these people wrestled, they were smart but weren't smart enough. Like even though they were like in 11th and 12th grade and you wrestled them, you sort of realize when you were picked, you got a scholarship because of who you are, what you were able to achieve, your IQ and everything like that. So you had these highly brilliant Puerto Rican, Black, Italian, and then a smattering of people from West Virginia and the suburbs, and the other half was white. You know what I'm talking about? So this was like the inner city school for gifted people, but it's really kind of half white and half Black, Puerto Rican, Italian, Irish, and Appalachian, type of people being in a church farm school. And they were gifted, all those people, right? And so you had these really young people, some from the inner city, wrestling that could remember all these moves. So you got these really brilliant people that know these like really tactical, really precise movements of the body. And I sort of answered later or whatever why these seventh and eighth graders, ninth graders were able to out wrestle, being such a small school, some of these other private schools, because by and large, those are the rich people, and here we are, an ex Native American school and Indian school, uh, surviving on like donations and everything, um, picking the best people, they can, the other people we don't want to deal with, those people with skin color, Puerto Ricans and black and I guess back in the day, Italian, Irish, and or Indians, or backwards Appalachian fuckers, whatever. And it's funny, like, when you deal with people from West Virginia, it's like, oh yeah, people from West Virginia is racist as shit. Yeah, you see that, but the people that I dealt with, maybe because at a young age they dealt with us, they were cool people. They had a funny accent or whatever, and had that West Virginia aspect. Cool people, it's just like whatever. It's just like who you choose to be, So like whatever, That's just me. So I'm just saying. When I got to the Jersey Shore, my God, they were fucking Nazis. Fuck. And that's what you can't really talk about because you go to the Jersey Shore and they're like, I'm not even gonna. It's all good, love, hate. Really, lots of love, lots of hate, So either they loved you a lot, or they just, no matter what you did, they hated you. Or no matter what you did, they always loved you. What Trump said, you could be in the middle of Times Square and shoot somebody, and the people still love you. That's what gets you into trouble. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, come on, you know what I'm saying? It's like, no, you gotta accept the good stuff, accept the good respect, have that absorbed, don't accept bad gaslight or good gaslight. Don't accept none of it. Accept, people constantly adjusting you, But you would learn all these, I'm going off on a tangent again. You learn all these vocabulary moves because, and everything. So you had these really brilliant people able to out wrestle 11th graders and 12th graders. And you sort of realize it's because of the biggest weapon you have right here. And you would think like 103, how much muscle mass you would have or whatever. And the truth is, those 4 years, you would put on a lot of muscle mass. You didn't realize it. But and when people start saying, well, size doesn't matter and coming from wrestling, it's like after a while, size does matter. Granted, skill would kick you up a couple of notches or whatever, but it does. Speed, people really neglect on. Balance, people neglect on. You have speed, you're good. You can go and grab the ankles and you just flip them before they even could sprawl out, like David Campbell or something like that, So you never trip, you never sleep on speed, man. Speed is a lot. And power, obviously. Power doesn't really come into play in wrestling, but it does. But because a lot of it is like body mechanics and leverage and everything. But and then we got into that. It was crazy. Like here we are, little kids, man, 12-year-old, and you'd be like perpendicular because, they could never, leverage yourself up or whatever, and you'd be like drive, and you use your biggest muscle, your hamstrings. You know what I'm talking about. And be like, don't care about what people say. Like I still remember it. You want to use all these fancy moves, everything you were taught. But the fact of the matter is, you're probably going to use a half Nelson on the majority of your pins, on over half, 80%. So you need to know this, I'm talking about. So it is what it is. And lo and behold, that was a fact. And even afterwards, but then, in real life to bite you and try to, hit you or whatever, I'm talking about. So you just like hook the arm or whatever, and you just like hold them there until they tire out. Yeah, I got like a 130-pound kid in Seaside before they know anything, this tiring someone's out that's 200 pounds. They're like, fuck, what are you doing? So trying not to get hurt. That's what I'm trying to do. But yeah, they view you as a monster. But they're the one coming up to you and be like, here's this darkie. And sometimes, it didn't go my way, but everybody said, we took down Supreme. Must because, yeah, it's like whatever, you pump me up to this big thing. I'm still 130 pounds, man. So it's just like, but when I took down someone large, you not bigger than me, it's just like wow, like wildfire, all over the Jersey Shore. It's like damn, it took out someone that's 6 foot. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, so you got these really brilliant people learning these moves, and that's how it was. And these people bought their way into these private schools or whatever. So if they remember their moves, they would have been all right. But a lot of people come in and they got real racist. Like, I'm gonna take this fucking spick, this nigger out, get him right up on the mat. And was it Germantown's friends or one of the friends' schools around the way? And it was the coach's son. And I didn't know at the time, but he was highly aggressive. And aggressive works. I mean, it does because most people back down or whatever, but in a structured way where you're on a mat or inside of a ring, it doesn't really work too much, I'm talking about it does, but it doesn't. But in an organized sport, it doesn't really work. In something unorganized, in society, again, war, yeah, sneak attack and all that, sucker punch, where they call it over here, false crack or whatever, definitely that kind of thing. But it's just not really in an organized sport. So he was really high aggressive, this coach's son. And came in and I was like, fuck, I'm talking about. And I didn't really always have good endurance. Back in the day, I had pretty good endurance, but it wasn't the best. It was the best I ever had in my life, but it wasn't the best comparatively to everybody else, I guess that's from Paget's, not realizing it. So being cross country, I was always in the middle of the pack, even at my best, but that's what built up my endurance. So he's come at me. I guess he like studied meat or something like that. And so I sprawled out and then able to hold myself up. I was always getting pushed back, whatever. I think I was winning on points. And finally he came in and then he fucked up. And that's where my balance came in. And I hooked and I reversed him. He picked me up, I'm talking about. And I reversed him in midair. Just put my knee down just right before I slammed him down. And he bounced right against the fucking brick wall because it was just, they decided to do it inside, I guess their training area or whatever. And he was pissed, like. And I didn't realize what happened that the first match or whatever. I didn't know it was coach's son. But we went over there, and I was watching, the track and everything, one day when we came back to Germantown Friends or something like that. And I just noticed like everybody looking at me, and I was watching, and they had girls over at that school. And we were an old boys school, and to see a dark person in private school is really kind of unheard of in any of them, And when they take out the coach's sign, they just like started, talking to me, whatever. The coach came up to me, and at the time I didn't know he's racist, but he was really cool, really cordial about it. But he probably behind closed doors or whatever. I mean, good person. But that's just how the world is, But I mean, me having a German mom, I know it's said, and everything. But he was cool. It's like, you want to have a rematch with my son? And I guess my coach was just like, no, it's already done with. And of course, without thinking, I shrugged my shoulders. I was like, sure. And then he was a lot more calmer this time or whatever. But when I wrestled him, but it was just Just pinned him like it was nothing, you know. It's just this crazy thing. Like, I don't really remember ever being pinned. I remember, I think I maybe I was like pinned once or twice, you know, if that. And it was like at a varsity level. And I think, was it one? Well, I think it was one time I was in regionals. That was the first one or second one. I was pinned. I was in regionals like at eighth grade, you know. It's crazy, you know. And I think it was another one where I wrestled once at 103, and the 112 wasn't there, right? So I think I got my pin, and here I am. I don't know whatever rounds it was, you know, and I was really tired, I guess, you know, but and they were making up some excuse of why we couldn't immediately go into 112. I was like, thank God, because I knew I was like, and they're like, pin this guy as quickly as you can. So I pinned him as quickly as I can in 103. Came back to the mat, and they sat me down, gave me water, and they delayed like a motherfucker because I was going right into 112. And if you don't have someone for 112, it's automatic 6 points, whatever, right? And so they're just throwing it out, making it believe it wasn't me going into the next match or whatever. And they did all this kind of other stuff or whatever. Um, okay, 112, and then you saw the shock of the person. It's like it's him again, you know. Uh, so I'm coming out, and I think on his second round or whatever, I'm bridging out, and I'm just holding it like for like 30 seconds is like forever, you know what I'm talking about? So, and he won on points and everything, but super close. And I don't think I got pinned. Yeah, I bridged out. I think I won on points, or no, it wasn't a technical um pin or whatever. That's when someone takes you down, lifts you up. I had a couple happen to me one time, you know, where someone attempted that, or try to when I was in the beginning or whatever, and I did that a few times myself or whatever. And then they're like, okay, let's do it back to him, where you take them down, let them back up, and you just humiliate them on the fucking mat or whatever, you know, because you get kind of pissed, whatever, because you know, they to get a little bit racist and shit like that. It's like, you know, so you'd be like, all right, I'm this, I'll do this, you know what I mean? So, and you know, but the coach comes at you, you know, you do that or whatever, you know what I mean? So, but you know, you're a kid, you know. But yeah, I just remember it's like, and they were mad. It's like, pin him, you know. It's like I got up. They got really close, you know. They put your hand right there, you know what I'm talking about? And you could feel the heat of the hand, you know. It's like, you just holding, you know. That's why I got that neck right there. It's from being wrestling. You know, you go on your neck, roll, and then go on your neck, roll. Ever since you're young, you know. Sort of like you don't even waste energy. You know, you just hold it there. And you just wait for them to shift your weight. As soon as they shift their weight, because they're trying to get a better position, and you do a reversal, you know, they get parallel with you or something like that. My first when I got pinned was early on in the match. Was early when I wrestled. Was like in 7th grade. and Jorge. This is more like when I wrestled him. It was like to see if he was sprawling and see if he was up and everything. But some days he was a little bit off, and I was able to catch him, And I took his spot in varsity. So, and plus he was the pretty boy. He was the Dominican, Puerto Rican, pretty boy, whatever. Here I'm this awkward, guy who had a little bit of acne and everything. So some things, those things matter, or whatever. So, but it's good though. When I went to Seaside, a little bit of my story. Like people like, how do feel like, oh, Supreme. I wish I could be like you, have your personality. I was like, man, I remember my personality was like not outgoing, and I was shy, and and at Church Farm. But being a varsity wrestler really boosted my ego up. But I learned from the best players, like people that are just like 10s and 11s, and they could pick up like 5 girls in a night, come back to the club, pick up another one, pick up, just like, you learn from those good people, talking about. So when they see like you picking up a girl and then picking up another girl, and I think I got up to like 3 a couple of times, but they're like, oh, that's something. I was like, you should see these other people. It's crazy, So maybe maybe they're famous. I don't know, but I was so young, I didn't know, talking about. It's before social media, talking about. So, but you still learn you pick up on those little nuances or whatever. So, but anyway, but what I do know is like, I remember when I first got to Seaside. I still remember I wasn't really shy, but I remember it hit me for a month or two, whatever, and then I adjusted. But once you're not shy, you're never shy. You know what I mean? So it's like riding bicycle. So, but I remember back in the day when I first I was at Church Farm School. It's like fuck. But it didn't really allow you to. You only had 45 minutes of free time, and it was what it was, and I'm very grateful. You know, wrestling. Swim team at River Edge Pool. Having a stack of ribbons like that, first place, and my stack of second place was like this, and maybe 1 or 2 third places. You know, it's like as soon as I jumped in the water, I got first place. It was crazy. It's like having the well water. It's like, and maybe because I was warm to the touch, I could adjust a little bit. You just keep moving, the shock of everything. And it's cool. I had earplugs and everything, so messed up ears and everything. I don't know. Fondest memories of being in the pool at Ridge Pool on the Hackensack River, sneaking down there, going going under the fence. Um, being yelled at. It's like, you didn't go under the fence this time. Like no. There's Dave here. There's the phenom swimmer coming. Let him in, and here you are, this dark kid amongst all these white people. It's like, and they're like, oh no, let him in. Oh, he wants to swim during uh oldie people time, so I got to swim with, and they're like, yeah, bring him in, bring in the swimmer, talk about, they always like to swim with me. Cool. I was the kid, I was like 9, 10, 11, 12. It's like this guy comes in first all the time. So no, so I was the only kid allowed to swim no matter what it was. I was allowed to dive in the 3 foot. I was allowed to dive in the 5 foot. I'm talking about. So it's like, okay, that's just Dave, for me, because I had this powerful dive, racing dive, and everything else like that. So I remember those things, and people's like, oh, you remember all the racist shit? Yeah, but your mind turns it out, it compartmentalizes it. So this is what I remember. I remember all the good people, all the good white people. Not all. I mean, do I remember all the Nazi white people? Yeah, but I choose my body, my mind. Thankfully, focuses on all that positivity. You reach out to all these different people, all these beautiful cultures in the world, you know, and you take in the best of them, you know. You don't focus in on what other people view you as, so that kind of thing. So, but people want to view you as this or whatever, so, but it's what it is because they want to associate you with the lowest because you're skin color and you realize that, what I'm saying, you don't let it affect you, and you know that it's sort of programmed into them and has really nothing to do with you. So how can you feel bad about it? You can't, because it's not you, it's not your behavior, it's who they are. So how, and I don't really understand that. So how do you feel about me is supposed to affect me? I don't understand that. You know what I'm talking about? It's literally how your experiences. I don't know your experiences. I'm not trying to find out about your experiences. I don't know what influenced you. You know what I'm saying? I don't have time. I have to focus on myself. I'm talking about myself. How am I supposed to feel bad about that? It's just chemicals in the brain that it is our emotions anyways. And I choose not to have that negative chemicals in my body if have this dramatic effect if it's from someone else, I'm talking about, because that's the feedback you're trying to have me reflect, I'm talking about, and I'm doing the opposite. I have to disregard that negativity, I'm talking about, is all it is. If you choose to be happy, you're going to be happy. You choose to have a good day, you're going to have a good day. So it's just like, that's what you got to do. You got to choose to be a positive person. You got to choose to do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like you have these choices or whatever. You do it. It's just this universal thing throughout cultures, religions, whatever. You know what I'm talking about? People corrupted or whatever and be like, oh, well, my environment caused me to do this. My environment had a lot of drugs. My friends died from drugs. I'm talking about? It's like I'll never see them. I'll never have that support. I choose not to. I'm 5'6". I need to have a clear mind how to deal with all this crazy shit around me, It's what you choose to push away and what you choose to keep. Anyways, let me use the bathroom. Let me come back. I'll get into what I'm saying. I want to way off on a tangent. Okay. So what was I getting at? Okay. One thing and then the other. At my notepad. I don't know. But I realized, you got to be a little bit lax, and instead of smacking cigarettes out of people's hands when they're around you, have no smoke around you. Kind of alienate people, be chill, be a little sociable, have a little champagne, smoke a little bit, and it'll be all right, Want to be like, oh, you're supreme, you know, get yourself all up here, who you are, and then you have all these resources of the federal government. But like, oh, you're not supreme. But like, well, you think we're lower, so of course we're going to say we're supreme. If you see your white supremacist mentality, of course you're going to tell everybody that they're supreme, because it's like it's a negotiating point. You got to view us as equal. But if you don't view us as equal, of course we're going to say we're supreme. So that way you can at least say we're equal. But we always got to push for equality. You know, you don't want to always have that high mentality like you're always better than everybody, that arrogancy, but it's funny, like everybody always think you're arrogant. It's like that's naturally how you are. It's not your fault. You know a lot of shit. It's like you blame me because I'm faster than Wikipedia before there was Wikipedia. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, it's not my fault. Anyways, let me get back on track here. Yeah. I'll write some notes and then bring up Ukraine maps. I want to bring up something cool first, like the Russian Terminator, and get into like the DARPA. Maybe I'll say that for last and everything. And everything, future weapons, cool shit like that. But fantastical stuff, that energize your mind and make you think about the future and stuff like that. And everybody wants to, talk about space and cool shit. It's like the war that we could, I was kind of analyzing before I go into a few things. I was sort of analyzing like, why do us as Americans and people who've been in the military or whatever, or me, obviously I'm talking about myself, I'm talking about like I'm saying why do we all, but I'm really like saying myself, given how I feel about it, right? Why do I feel like I could like talk about the war or whatever in Ukraine? And I think it's like just in generally, like we have a degree of separation from it, talking about, and here they are, these Russians, me being, dark skinned or whatever, they're Nazis, they're racist, and so you want to help out the Ukrainians as much as possible. But why do you feel so open about it? I think like when we're at war as a country with Afghanistan or Iraq or whatever, there is a set hierarchy, the chain of command or whatever. So if you state something, even if you're not in the military, you're indirectly or directly affecting, you're like undercutting authority or whatever. So you're apprehensive about that. Even if you're not, so even though you're a private citizen, there's some little right here in the back of your mind that sort of makes you apprehensive about really giving your full opinion about it or whatever, because you don't want to cost American lives. So you really are really reserved on what you say about it, and then we are highly politicizing everything we say for and against. Do you want to search or do you not want to search, whatever? And it's a very political thing, and that's what the problem with the war was. It was just a very political monstrosity, when once you go in war, you're having the army, you're having the military basically do economic rebuilding. That's the army doesn't do. Saying military fights. They take out violent people with violence. I'm talking about. And then the economy, the bureaucracy, and those guys, our sociologists and our economics need to build up the economy and deal with society. But we didn't do that. We just had the army doing everything, the military doing everything. So it's just like, you gotta have a delineation about going in there and then rebuilding. I'm talking about. So it's just like, but anyways, I'm going off on a tangent again. So like I said, I'm giving my opinions about it. That'd be highly politicized, and that in itself would be analyzed. I'm talking about. We got military obviously has to be focused on military aspects, taking out the worst of the worst, and constantly do it. I'm talking about, and repeatedly do it. And we'll be all right, and never be, complacent on that, like we're doing that, what I'm saying? But anyways, I'm off on a tangent again. So when we talk about war as Americans and we're at war, we're apprehensive about talking about it because we don't want to interfere, even slightly, about what the beautiful system we already have in place. Our economy was able to build this military and the education behind those people in charge. Because we have a democracy, democracy is able to make that economy, to build that military, to defend our way of life, and it's not perfect, obviously. We got to still fight for equality and push for a better society, and we had setbacks, and it's far from good. I mean, far from the best, what I'm saying? It's good, but it's far from where we needed to be. It was far from good during the Trump era, talking about we had a little bit of that hiccup, whatever. So there's some good things from it. We realized that the Trump era, that we are complacent in a lot of things and we need to switch up a lot of things. I mean, we can't totally reverse it, but being so stagnant and be like, well, this is status quo in our bureaucracy, we can never switch it up and just, turn it on its head and see, well, this is not fucking working. We need to switch it up. That's what we got from Trump. So it's a couple good things, but relying on demagoguery and racism, no. We need to suppress all that. We all have that. We need to suppress that. We don't bring it to the forefront, and that's the problem with Trump. It's not a skill. It's not being hard to bring that forward. It's hard to do the right thing. And applying force when you need to apply force, and applying empathy when you need to apply empathy. What I'm talking about? So that's difficult. And it always has to be like that, what I'm saying? So it's throughout history, it's always been like that. You see the better people like Aurelius and those type of people really look at being the good emperors. And on the other hand, you got people who try to just use pure power, like Caligula. Let them hate as long as they fear. And, people say that, well, it's a brilliant thing. No, it isn't. I'm saying? It's the worst thing, So, I mean, it's all how you look at it, I'm saying? So. Anyways. Get a little Belisarius in here. That's you gotta look at people like that. You wanna identify with. And, whenever you look at war, you always look at all the things that are won, all those good traits, whatever culture. When you're white, you have to look at all like the white people, whatever, because the people around you, it's just like, you have those biases, whatever. But when you have color, you have a little bit more openness, whatever. You look at, the Mongols or the Janissaries or whatever, and with the Templars and Teutonic Knights and Caesar. So you have that thing and Spartans and everything. So it's like you don't really have that that blowback, from um, your the people you were surrounded with, talking about. So, so you had that little bit more openness at choosing all the people that won or whatever, more influences or whatever, more the people that actually won on the battlefield. But that's what I noticed a lot about like white people. They just look at the Spartans, or just look at Caesar, just like gotta look at everything that won, I'm talking about. It's just like, but unfortunately society looks at them odd. It's like you can't, have that be a part of you, but we're humanity, everything's a part of you. You got to be having all the good stuff, all the great civilizations, all the monuments, all the stuff we achieved together. You know what I mean? So it's just like there's a, so that's what I notice about that, but it's what we choose to associate with people with or whatever, they won't only want to be associated with those white people that won whatever, you know what I'm saying? But all these cultures won at certain points in time, and what are those elements they did to win? And that's what you want to look at. And so I'm a little bit more open towards that. I'm just saying, this is what I noticed, whatever. I mean, not every, but once you reach a certain level, so you want to deal with people that are high-minded, that could look past that, could suppress all that demagoguery and racism, and could really see, okay, that's brilliant. Oh, I see that commonality over there. That culture also had it. Oh, that really does society really good. And all these different cultures have it. So you want to deal with those people and how that's surrounded with you, because then you can have a real conversation with people. And most of the times it's just like people just waste your time. It's like, oh man, it's like, I'm not trying to prove it to you. I don't need to prove myself every single time. I'm not a kid anymore where it's a challenge to prove yourself to every single person, whatever, Now it's just like, I'm just gonna deal with good people. Over all these other people, fuck it, I don't give a shit. And unfortunately, in Hawaii, you're dealing with a lot of people from the mainland that was able to have enough skill and talent to come over here. And by and large, a lot of the people you're dealing with here in Hawaii are from like Kamehameha or Punahou, that kind of thing. I'm talking about? So you're just dealing with a certain select handful of people, and you just go by like, look, you don't want to elevate yourself beyond all that bullshit. I can't deal with you, I'm talking about. And it's not like I don't want to deal with locals or whatever, what I'm saying, but I have to deal with people that I could have a conversation with. It's just, I'm sorry. So it sort of looks like, I'm talking about, but it's like I have to just not waste my time and deal with certain people, I'm talking about. So is what it is. So if I give out goodness, I'm talking, it has to be reflected, I'm talking about. So it's just like if I give out, positivity and I get negativity back, I'm just, it's like, it's what the street says. It's with, mathematics, right? Malcolm X. What you give out is what you get back. It's physics, I'm talking about. Action, reaction, I'm talking about. So it is what it is, And that's what you sort of learn. Oh, it's just this things throughout time. It's just a very commonality, and you see society, civilization building over these constants, whatever, and not this mentality that you have the strength because you could subjugate people. You have the strength because you're creating a society where talent and skill and quality of life and how you treat your neighbor is how you want to be treated. You know what I'm talking about? And you see that throughout that. It's when people fuck all that up, when society collapses. Anyways, so let me get back to what I was doing. I wanted to start it off with the school shooting, whatever, right? Just switching gears real quickly. It's really kind of frustrating, seeing this. Again, but I just going to touch on a little bit. And it obviously has to do with like long guns and everything. They need to be like heavily restricted back to when it was. And there's places where you could shoot them, but they need to be in the hands of certain people. And those certain people need to have the high skills and to you to have them, what I'm talking about? So there should be like a set of laws that these people to have these, you need to have that. You know what I'm talking about? It's to have those guns because the gun industry is not this. It's big, but it's not. What's the word? Too big to fail. It's not like the insurance industry or whatever. It's not. We could do without it. You know what I'm talking about? It's just like what we're most should be focused on is having highly accurate, the most technologically advanced guns, not the proliferation of guns. There's a difference, you know. So we do one of the most advanced weaponry and have an industry geared towards that. Yeah, there's a way to do that without having it in the hands of everybody. And what kind of frustrates me about these police officers, here I am 5'6". I would have ran in there, you know what I'm talking about? But the only thing that really holds me back is body armor. I remember I was always being chosen to be front of the stack, and you have all those things going through your mind and everything. And the only thing that really was hesitant, you have the shield and everything, but and I couldn't really be able to, move my weapon or whatever. But the stat team that I was with or whatever, always just like they knew that, and they were this highly focused with a gun on my shoulder, be able to, you know, it's a different feeling. But I remember that security came from not just the people on my back, but what was that, personal armor or whatever. And so there needs to be some kind of like program where you have that body armor set to go in your police car. And it has to be facial armor too. And people are like, oh, you can't move with face armor. You can. It has to be really close to your skin, conformed, we have to do that instead of like having highly militarized vehicles that are never going to be utilized, of ramming a fucking house or whatever. It has to do more with your personal protection that is going to be utilized, and you have to be able to put it on super quickly. There should be drills that you could get that on with under a minute, all your body armor, whatever, and so all you need is to be protected and take 2 shots of somebody. Boom. That's what you need to do, and that's it. That's what we'll be focused on. So, and having something that's nearly skin tight or whatever, that's conformed, personally formed to you, whatever. That's what we need to do. That you see those facial shields. Because you saw that guy that got grazed by the gun, you know what I'm talking about? And so it's just like, we have people that could do that. And we just need to train people up to where that's commonplace. And they were hesitant, And I'm trying to think like in what my inner self made me the most hesitant. Was it training? Yeah. I'm talking about? So, but it's personal armor. Having that shield, knowing that I'm going to be first shot at, is just like, having that protection there, have those people around you, and we need to focus more on body armor. It's just like for some odd reason, our technology is really laxed on it. We were focusing on certain things within the military, and us, having the Second Amendment, we've got to use that to our advantage. And I already wrote down a whole thing about it, and I'm just expanding upon it. And some of the notes I did want to write about it was when you do go in there like yearly, it'd be like a multi-purpose type thing, but not just government resources, but also NGO resources. And then I was thinking like it would be commonplace and complacent after a while just to have like a notice up and everything. But it should be like more, I won't say just assertive, but this always, I guess that assertiveness, that, like always engaging, I'm talking about when someone's over there, going through cleaning out their gun, like, okay, you know how to clean out this gun, and see before you have, you look at it, are you good to go, and that kind of thing. And you make it, having your gun, you got to pay like for this type of gun, this $50, talking about, oh, you want this gun, that's $100, whatever. So now the government is receiving money also, and you're getting this highly trained society with guns, I'm talking about. And Now, if this person knows to come in at this time, needs to have this gun cleaned or whatever, they know that they need to have a certain shock group and be proficient about it and how to handle it, not flag people and all that other good stuff, you know. And when they're in a live firing training, you know, you see a bad guy, you know, saying shoot, you see, you know, woman and child holding a baby, whatever, you know, not to shoot. And so that repetition conditions your mind or whatever, so they know how to react when you do have a gun. They'd be like, oh, you know, you know, argument or whatever, and you're talking shit or whatever, you know, you just use your verbal skill or whatever, you know, I'm talking about that kind of, and that interaction, so they know how to act with a gun, you know, I'm talking about, oh, you're drinking a little bit, you know, I'm talking about, you know, that you should have a designated driver and put your gun over here, you know what I'm saying? So they, all these little behaviorisms is ingrained with you, so you're creating that, why am I having a gun? For self-defense and not for power and killing and having a deadly weapon. You know what I'm talking about? It's two different things, you know what I'm talking about? So going in there, it's constantly ingrained in you, you know what I'm talking about? Because these things do matter, you know what I'm talking about? And having that certain level reduces the amount of people that 18-year-olds and, you know, younger people with guns or whatever, you know. Of course you want to have like a waiver for people in the military because you're actually going to have that training there and everything, you know what I'm talking about? But if you're not in the military, you need to augment, you know, and I don't want to use a word because everybody uses it, but juxtapose that training with what we have in the civilian world or whatever, you know what I'm talking about? And people adhering to the law and gun safety, whatever. That's more important because we have it to save lives. It's self-defense. It's not to do something, you know, it's not to do something nefarious, malicious, whatever, you know, whatever else like that, you know. So, and I was thinking we need to have decrease the ability of what a weapon can do, whatever. We don't need these high caliber weapons, you know what I'm talking about? It's just, you just don't, you know, if it goes through a body armor, you don't need it. And why are we stigmatizing and making it illegal to have body armor? It should be just the opposite. We should have a prevalence of body armor. We should have a saturation of body armor. They're already going to use body armor, these people or these mass shootings or whatever. So it really defeats the purpose, you know. It makes sense in the beginning, but they're already going to use it to begin with, you know what I'm talking about? It makes no sense. So if you got a population that has a lot of body armor, you know what I'm talking about, and highly proficient with guns, the right way to do it, you'd be okay. So we got to destigmatizing people who have body armor and really increase our technology with body armor a lot. And I was talking about body armor and writing down like schematics or whatever before I had access to the internet or whatever. I don't have those notes or whatever, but I know it from memory. And we really need to, and I guess there's a little bit of DARPA too, but defense industry. That's why I want to get my computer with a little pen. I could sort of draw a little bit, and my little MS Paint quality thing, whatever. But what it is actually, if there was a database on my old stuff and everything, it is loop and hook and loop Velcro with almost like the dragon armor, but you have those plates and they'll be overlapping. So you have one here, one there, right? And so it'll fit around you, and there'll be a one massive plate right here and one on your back. And then you have someone that conforms these plates to you. One in, one over. So you have one here, one across, then over here, see? So that way it's skin tight to you, you know what I'm talking about? And that hook and loop, you know, so it loops here, and you had you had that little bit of give. So right behind there, it's Velcroed, whatever, right? And so it just gives, and you can move or whatever. So you have the Velcro that comes up and down like this, and then you have this little hook, whatever, just to hook it in just a little bit more, you know. And that way you could move, and it's conformed exactly to what your personal body as you gain weight and lose weight or whatever. And if something gets shot, you could replace it with that universal hardened thing right here, you know? So it hooks around and you'll be all right. So it's segmented. One bar, whatever. So segment around you and then overlapping like Roman's armor. And the thing with the movement that you do have from it, unfortunately, what we have is different sizes, and so that space between you is what restricts movement. So the closer it's conformed to your body, the more movement you have, and that's what it is. And the beauty of this also is too, when it's hook and loop, whatever Velcro, and you're thinking, well, since it moves or whatever, there's less. You know what I'm talking about? No, that little bit of movement in that give, it has the rigid part of it. And once it hits the rigid part, it just pushes in just a little bit. And that increases the impact time. And increasing the impact time decreases the amount of force. So it even increases the amount of protection you do have. So, granted, it won't start like a 30-06 or a 50 cal, but you're good with just about everything else. You know what I'm talking about? It might, I think you could get it up to a 30-06. 50 cal, you would have to need that, and maybe a ballistic shield. It'll go through the ballistic shield, and it would, yeah, so you have to test it out. I think it would, depending what the ballistic shield's made out of, be god awful heavy, but put a strap on you, hold it up, but it'd be all right. Yeah, because then but you can deform the bullet enough, the 50 cal bullet enough, whatever, and just slow it down just a third of it, you'd be all right. Stop at 50 cal. But yeah, and with the facial armor, yeah, I mean, you just the ones you see with like this, it hooks up onto your helmet, it'll overlap a little bit, and you got to make it as close as you can and conform to your body. I mean, you could get it level 3, and that way you won't have any kind of issues. You could move it around, because now that what they have, it sticks out, it hits shit, so that's the whole thing. That's because you still need that movement while you're firing. And then what you would have on your helmet is the clear armor. Now because the thing is, we're really like 70s quality with clear armor. It's just bulletproof glass or whatever. I mean, that kind of thing. But now we have Gorilla Glass, and if you really tighten that up, at the very least, you'll have a ballistic thing, shield from your eyes. But if you have it over your head, then you can just pull it down if you need it, and then you get a little sneaky peek or whatever. And then when you need full being mobile or whatever, you can just lift it up and it'd be extra protection from your head and your back of your head or whatever, So yeah, ballistic clear armor for your back of your head or whatever. And but it needs to be super tight, what I'm talking about? You can't have these things that are just like having space between you, and it's that thing that could form really tight to you, That's the whole key. Having your helmet that doesn't shake, whatever, so everything needs to be like, that's the part of the industry we need to do, where everything's custom made for that person. We're already spending some amount of money on each I'm about to say how much. Number is probably is different or whatever, and I don't want to get into that, but we're spending X amount of money on each infantry and special operations soldier or whatever. It should just be commonplace now to everything be custom made And we have to chalk that up to having the mobility, and we can get that. I mean, if think about it like this: every suit of armor in the Middle Ages that survived because they're so well made, and that was the Porsche of their day. You know, I'm talking about that was the Lamborghini. That's how much they costed. You know, I'm talking about they were the tanks. It was nearly impossible to kill them. That's why 300 knights could go against 1,000 people because of that suit of armor. It's hard to fucking get at them, you know, because they're that well made. They were segmented and everything else like that. And now they're mobile. They were heavy, you know what I'm talking about. But now, instead of rich people having these highly like handcrafted, expensive things, and only a handful of them were really highly trained. You know, I mean, you gotta look at the people who were knights, like Knights Templar, right? They trained every day in the heat. They had so much money to make this armor, but there were in the few that trained that hard, that was able to have these Lamborghinis around them. You know what I'm talking about? They were in the few. Most of the knights around Europe or whatever were just rich people in a suit of armor, and they were on the battlefield. You know what I'm talking about? So, and they weren't in shape. So now we have a volunteer corps. I mean, volunteer corps, a volunteer military that works out a lot. You know, so they could handle body armor, but having all that stuff, you know, is restricts them. You know what I'm talking about? So you could, if you have weight conform to your body, it becomes one with your body. It's because now because you have weight outside that leverage is extra heavy, right? But if that weight is inside of you, now it's just extra mass for you. Now you freely move, so it's even less of a weight. So it more weight, but it would seem like less weight. You know what I'm talking about? So there is a give and take to it. You know, so there is like a threshold. A certain amount of weight is just too much, whatever. But it's just like you could get that body armor and the weight to a level where it's even more and more mobile, whatever, because it's not sticking out, you know. You're not having this and this, whatever, and that's always weighing you down. Now it's like super close to you, you know what I'm talking about, and that protects you. That makes sense. So you could have it even heavier if it conforms to your body, and if you do it correctly, and more protection and more mobility. So, and then we could have that. And I'm telling you, you got to protect the biggest weapon you have. You have to have facial armor. It needs to be standard. You know, it is what it is. You know, people need to be able to look at some unknown thing and peek around the corner and be like, oh, okay, I got that. You know what I'm talking about? And have that security. And you need to train, and this is what I was getting at this long, roundabout thing where I was getting at. You need to have regular police officers run to where the problem's at, figure out what the problem is as they're running to the problem, and be able to don their gear, their protective gear, their body armor, their guns and everything. And right when they're stacked up, that's when they get the final information of, give or take, oh, it might be one, it might be three. They might have this gun to that gun. They have a range of what might they were facing, whatever, and then go right in. You know what I'm talking about? And so that needs to be trained. That confusion of running up to it, you know, I'm talking about getting ready for it, getting everything coming, you know what I'm saying, preparing yourself, stacking up for it, and getting the last bit of information. But all right, we got this together. We'll do this. We can handle this, and this, whatever. If it's one person, 5 people, with this amount of guns, we got it. You know what I'm talking about? You go in. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you have at the time. And I think a lot of that is having personal armor. And that's what I was getting at. So you need to be trained to exactly what I just stated. Getting your gear on as fast as possible, running the problem as fast as problem, accepting, whatever information and figuring out that information as you get there. And working through that confusion and that just, but all right, deal with it. I'm talking about. This is everything we could possibly get. So at that point in time, you better make sure that you know how to put in your armor as quick as possible, your body armor as quick as possible. Your gun's ready, cleaned up, and everything. Everything's ready to go. It's all zeroed in and everything. You got your guy next to you that knows your body movements, like he's one with you. He's like your left hand, your right hand. You're moving as one or whatever, You can handle it. You know what I'm saying? So, but like I said, I'm trying to take all that away from me. And instead of being like, I'm hard, I'm tough, I can handle anything. But what really like shocks the core of who you are is being protected. And I get that. And we need to destigmatize having that personal protection, having that facial armor, and having it custom made to you, and having mobility. And we want mobility, and we could get there. And that's where our technology is lacking. Not just on, if we're going to have the best gun technology, we also have the best body armor technology. So it's not as effective. I'm talking about. We just need to stop people at their worst. I'm talking about. We don't need this crazy ass who go through 10 fucking brick walls and shit like that. Fucking gun and shit like that. It's like, what is the fucking sense of that? Like say, there's industries in America we need to focus in on that create a better quality of life. And that's what we need to focus in on. Not that one thing that protects that quality of life and all those good toys that we have, I'm talking about. Let's focus in all the toys or whatever. That's where our industry and our economy needs to be based around. We don't bow down to the gun industry. You know what I'm saying? We are an aggressive society because of the gun industry, because of the Second Amendment. No one wants to give it up. I don't want to give that up, whatever. And we're not going to give it up. But we do need to give up the prevalence and saturation with guns. I'm talking about, and get it in the hands and people willing to go through those processes and procedures to maintain the weapon and those licensing and all that other stuff. It's just, it is what it is. But people, I don't know, everything gets politicized. We gotta, I don't know, it's just look at it as a preservation of life. These laws need to be about protecting the Second Amendment, having guns, and also removing it from the populace that shouldn't have it. I'm talking about, it's like we should base how we interact with people on our personality and our skill and our communication. It shouldn't be relying on, saying having a deadly weapon. It's just like, but we obfuscate this. That's what I'm getting at. Somehow regulation became such a hindrance to the Second Amendment and to our personal safety. So we need to help the Republicans say that regulation will further the Second Amendment while at the same time protecting ourselves. And that is a hard thing to wrap your head around. And it's a hard thing to actually, it's a lot of, it's to most people, it's hard to explain. And that's why I was going through those procedures. Not only will that help out the gun industry, it will build up the technology of guns, because you want something more precise when you're dealing with body armor. And to get that precise, you need to go through all that training. And going through that training will build all that adherence to laws and that conditioning to go after the bad guy. You see what I'm saying? So that's how it all plays in together. instead of some wild coyote, Yosemite Sam. It's basically what it is. If you really look at it, some wild motherfucker with a gun, you know, you need someone very precise. And how do you get that? And those are the people who are like that are obeying the law, doing the right thing. Guns are going to be part of our society. So we got to work with it. You know, lead into the problem. Talk about the problem. You know, engage the problem. You know, it's who we are as society. Instead of saying we have to ban it or else. We need to ban some things without a doubt. But it's just only part of the problem. We got to deal with the problem from every different way we possibly can. So, I was saying body armor is part of it. And, you know, having building codes where every, like windows just naturally need to be bulletproof and super thin with that Gorilla Glass or whatever, you know. It's like, and having nanotubes and spider silk or whatever into your body armor to just be normal, you know what I'm talking about? It's like it's nothing because we're always going to have that. And if people realize you're not going to get too much with a gun, you're not going to get, you know, power, you're not going to be able to get, you know, money, you're not going to be able to rob a bank, you're not going to be able to take people's possessions with a gun. It's only your last resort to self-protection. Then you take that power away from people to go all crazy with it because they realize nothing's gonna, it's not gonna happen. So you slowly, you know, make that environment where people will not have, will not change society or create a mass casualty event with it, because too many, you know what I'm saying, a lot of people will have body armor. And the everything about a school is built so you can't do that. You know, you can't go into room or whatever, or just be total lockdown, and it will look beautiful like that too. It won't look like it's some kind of entrenchment, some kind of bunker or whatever. It won't be like a bunker. This like this beautiful architecture that's also bullet resistant. You know, the doors and the walls, and it just, you know, you could just casually, beautifully close the door and will stop any crazy motherfucker, you know, with a gun. But like, hey, look what I just did. All I had to do is just do a little something like that and stop some crazy nut with a gun. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it was nothing. It's like, you're getting nothing from that, dude. Go off all your crazy shoot up on the air. I'm cool, chilling in my class. Hell, I may even study a little bit while you going all crazy, whatever, you know, out there. You can't shoot through the wall. You can't shoot through the windows, you know. That's where we want to get at, you know. Or we're safely in our car. We have that car window rolled up because it's all bulletproof now. You know, the shell is now all, you know, bullet resistant, whatever. So you can't get carjacked or whatever. And we have these areas where no matter what you do, you're not getting through with it, you know what I'm saying? So we could handle that as a gun society, and our building codes in every department of every government department is addressing that. Yes, we all have a gun society. How do we protect ourselves, you know, with it, and deal with stuff with the prevalence of guns, you know? And only in that specific incidents where you need to protect yourself, you have that, you know what I'm saying? So because obviously the perpetrators are already going to have body armor, right? So you need to be super precise where you got it, you know what I'm talking about? And that's it, you know. You don't need this high power or whatever, you know what I'm talking about? It's just that whole thing is makes the environment that's chaotic, you know what I'm talking about? So you want to have some kind of like structure where it's for self-defense or whatever, you know, and put on these precautions. Like, it's all right, the gun industry needs, and our society wants to have guns, and they want to have really accurate good weaponry. It's going to be in our society. But how do you build that with saving people's lives? You need to resolve that problem, because both are going to exist in our culture and American society at the same time. So you got to push as much as you can for those people to be highly trained and be licensing and as much as possible to deal with the Yosemite Sams. All right, I gotta use the bathroom. Ah. Anyways, was I getting it? Okay. I'm gonna make some more coffee, but with body armor, I've been thinking about it for like 20 years. The best body armor, but just to make sure that I reiterate it. So you have like a plate right here, and then on top of that you have Velcro hook and loop. So you have segmented here. You can make different sizes of whatever, and like down here you could have like something that could another plate. Different sizes, so different person, whatever, right? Different heights and everything. So that's where everything hooks up onto. So right here and then at the back, same thing. So it's segmented, whatever, right? But it's relatively, it's not these small little things, but it's something where everything could hook onto. So that's your base, right? So now across vertically, you have a piece, like squares, I'm talking about. So the ballistic thing, so you don't have these little things that get in between or whatever. That was the problem with the dragon, whatever, right? So you could find little cracks or whatever. So you have these larger pieces, and then underneath it overlaps over under, and that overlapping is what gives you that movement. You see what I'm talking about? So you move whatever. So you have that's what the Romans figured out. That's what Middle Ages figured out. We still need to do that. You know what I'm talking about? And with the other armor, it was just so rigid or whatever. And that give is extra protection also. Because with that movement and that little bit of flexibility, whatever, it has the best benefits of both what I said. It hits the hard armor, and then it having being Velcro. Yeah, because when you how can I say this? When you Velcro, it's like this, but the Velcro is going to be hooked up in the back like that, so it gives a little bit. So it's not going to be rigid, but you can have it rigid too. So you just got to perform it where it moves and shifts with the body. And having it modular like that is a lot better. Because you could add parts to the arm. And if you're a sniper, you can remove it and take a shot. You know what I'm talking about? And then the facial armor, you could just lift it up under the clear armor look. You know what I'm talking about? And you'd be alright, have your cheek on the weapon. Or not, however you want, however you do it. You could even have like an extra plate over your heart, I'm talking about, and a hard plate right here because you don't really need to move whatever, and I'm talking about. Or if you're at the front of the stack, you even have more armor up here, I'm talking about. You have a shoulder harness, I'm talking about. And you just have your little thing like that and hooked up on your back, and you have your little pistol, whatever, and everybody's stacked up on your shoulder. So, and it's just super close to you. And so you could have different levels of it. But but modular is the key to this armor. So it's be alright. Like I said, you just one, and then everybody be able to just build their own armors, from it, having this segmented. And if you're in a constant battle, got all dinged up, whatever, right? And you just go back to we have the other segments or whatever, and you just rebuild it, whatever amount. It might take a while, whatever, but it's just like, what I'm saying? you'll be all right. You know, so everybody knows, has that ability and understands how to do this, you know, so. And then from there, having very something that's very skin tight, it's a part of you, you know, I'm talking about like a fitted shirt. That's the quality you want. So that technology, not technology, that industry that could custom make it is what needs to be done. And I think that needs to be part of the gun industry, you know, because if we say no, oh, you can't make these weapons, whatever, they still need to make money, but make body armor. And that's how and you have them competing what makes the best full body armor, clear armor, facial armor. You know what I mean? So you have that competition. You know what I'm saying? So they're making money on that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, we're not trying to make you poor or whatever, but you gotta understand, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, we need, if we're gonna survive as society, we need to survive. You know what I mean? We gotta live, you know? It's like, I get it. We gotta be hardcore. We gotta be ready for war, and have the best, you know, military gun technology. But I'm expecting, you know, how are you gonna shoot that weapon if you're dead? If you don't protect the biggest, you know, powerful weapon you have is the brain. You know, I'm talking. We got to be alive to do all that stuff with the weapon. You know what I'm talking about? So it's just like crazy. I don't understand it. It needs to be one and the same, protection and having that gun technology. You know what I'm talking about? But it's not something our forefathers ever thought about. I mean, it's just like they know that you need to. At the time, the most deadliest thing was a weapon, and to ensure our freedoms, or whatever. But they never had body armor, really. You know what I'm talking about? So that probably would have been a part of it too. Because it is what they're addressing is martial ability, and force is a last resort. Because simple brutality is very effective, and it can only be met with brutality and force. Well, force, I would say more firm, thoughtful, conservative force than simple brutality. But simple brutality, force and simple brutality need to be met with force. And unfortunately, no matter how smart you are, in whatever system of government, it needs to be defended. And they knew that. And that's what they were getting at. So we shouldn't hesitate to do the right thing. But it's a difficult concept for a lot of people because it's like that's the first thing you go to, you know, and it's not, you know, I mean, it's this whole mentality thing, you know. I mean, if they said that, just be all crazy with it, but they'll be all crazy with a fucking gun. No, they wrote down a law saying all the shit we came up with needs to be protected. But everything we have, everything who we are, you know what I'm talking about? So it's difficult, you know what I mean? But, you know, people don't, it's all how you interpret things, right? Interpret it the right way. Interpret it for the good of humanity, you know, like for the preservation of life, protect people. That's why you have it. To protect yourself. It's just really, I don't know, it's just hard to like understand some people sometimes, like when, like, how do you get that from this, you know what I'm talking about? And I sort of understand it, like when people say it to me, because they don't believe, oh, well, he has that, or he can't be about that, or that proves me wrong, so he's got to be a fool, whatever. But you got to constantly, actively, you know, seek out the best information, the best people, you know, the information that is best for humanity and build a consensus of that. And you can't get complacent on it. And just don't think whatever you say is the right thing, you know. And even my hubris, my arrogance, you know, definitely when I grew up, I thought that. And, you know, but when you get older, you know, you got to realize you're dealing with a different set of people, dealing with really brilliant people. And you want to get across to those people so you get really good feedback, you know. So, this is and going off on tangent again. Okay, so body armor. We need an industry that increases body armor. That's my thing. Okay, next thing. Ukraine. All right, I didn't pull up any of my maps. I could put decorations up and everything, but having a mug I use for a day or two does a little something, something, 4th of July, I'm talking about. And my little other mugs, what I'm saying? So I don't want to put them up. I don't want to like collect them, but I always really special little ones. Be like, all right, cool. I don't want to be like a mug collector or whatever. So kind of, I gotta get that out of me, I'm talking about. It's, there's no purpose, but I'm not, I don't want to be like, I could do that, like, I do have a little bit of Halloween stuff. I have a lot of Christmas stuff and, say a little, other Easter and um St. Patty's Day and shit like that, Tomas. So it's just like you don't want to go crazy with it, what I'm saying? So there's a little something, you know, like get back to what you need to do, what I'm talking about. So this one person trying to do all this crazy stuff, but it gets a feel of the day. So whatever it is. Think about that. I got to get a little like um Martin Luther King, little Malcolm X like mug too, a little something like that on this little what's the word? Gaudy, little maybe a little something a little bit more respectful. That I get myself into that little thing, little touch of it. So makes me remember all the good stuff and where we need to go. Talk about. Hopefully, just not too gaudy. There's like really bad uh flag mugs or whatever. I was like, but I was like, this is a really good one. This is, oh, it's not coming in. It's I think is a cool one. So you gotta find something little something, and then to have like Martin Luther King, and then have Malcolm X on one side, two sides of the coin. I don't know. Someone else's portrait. I'll figure it out. I'm talking about little something. So all of Americana. I'm talking about who we all are. So. I have a Native American mug, obviously. I'm talking about what I want is something done by. Um, I don't care if it's Navajo. Navajo is really plains, but they adopted a lot of the popular stuff and the pottery or whatever. But something authentically made like that, but I could use every day. But I only use it like for a few days. On Columbus Day, I use it. Um, little something, but authentically made in the style and techniques without actually having a real popular mug, because that's kind of disrespectful having people do that. They get real authentic pottery stuff or whatever. But whatever, I digress. Okay. Body armor, body armor, body armor. Ukraine. Well, it's just let me call up some maps, whatever. What I really want, I was looking at Dennis, um, the Ukrainian over there, and he was like talking about high ground. I was like looking at topographical maps and that things with the circles, contour maps, and we really don't have one. We have U.S. geology maps, and we have like CIA, Moscow military maps, whatever, or like old school, whatever. But Google Maps is way better than all that shit. So I could just hear in my head all like the Putin supporters be like, "Oh, that's secret information, motherfuckers. You're the Putin supporters, trying to make it look like us as like we're the ones doing nefarious things, whatever. Like I said, we just trying to contribute our all our information together, in a free society, and use our combined intelligence against a closed society that's afraid to say their opinions, that needs to be a certain way, it needs to have a certain direction or a certain political view. You know, I'm talking about where all of our minds are put together and be like addressing this problem. So, and that's what I was getting at with these maps, whatever. You know, if someone who has that ability and technique could have a layered map, you know, like you could choose what you have on the map, and now you have the 3D also with the elevation that's proportional, you know, that's you know, sort of like is ratio and size to everything else, so you can see, you know, how the height is, because it's kind of like the this terrain is coming in a big factor, not just the rivers, but now it's like that one city, not Severodonetsk, but the Donetsk, that other one with the L is a little bit higher up, and you could tell, and it's more defended or whatever. And I could talk about, because I'm pretty sure the decisions have already been made what to do about it, and I'm just giving my opinions about it where I'm not affecting anything, and they're, you know, whatever else like that. So I just want to feel a little bit more comfortable talking about it or whatever. But having that type of map where all of us, like hobbyists and, you know, historians, you know, and all armchair generals, and even like real generals, whatever, you know, doing their thing and having their connections and whatever else like that, could have a little bit better understanding what's happening. Because not only do we have that one map where we have all the units and everything, but seeing the height of whatever, and you don't want to get too detailed, obviously, for obvious reasons or whatever, but having the layers or whatever, where you could take away the streets, or whatever, you know, different kinds, different types of stuff or whatever, you know. But looking at it, it gives you just a little bit better understanding of the terrain, because sometimes the terrain's is misleading, and sometimes it's for you, because, you know, you look on the map or whatever, be like, oh, that looks like you could defend it, but yet there's buildings right there, or like the avenues approaches are different, and or, you know, you can't really set up artillery there or whatever else like that, right? So you really need to take a better look at it. And the maps we have is just like you know, it might lead to a decision that is not really, like, you think it's good but it's not. And that's when I was looking at some of these contour maps, like technically you would think it's a good position, but you just don't know, you know, are they gonna come up that way? You don't live there, you're not Ukrainian, you know, you don't know where the best way, what street they're gonna come up, you know. But it's this high ground is the best way to put artillery right there to come down on them, you know what I'm talking about? So you just don't know. But someone that lives there, that now has that point of reference of that map, whatever, be like, okay, that's perfect right there. We should defend that, you know what I'm talking about. And so obviously you give that technology to them, they know how to use it real well and filter out to us and everything, or vice versa, whatever. And having that, you know, that combined people uh, coming together, looking at everything, be like, okay, here's one thing you missed. What, you know, with one thing over here, instead of their bullshit where you have to listen to this guy and it has to be this, whatever else like that. You know what I'm saying? So they get all the benefits of a free society, all the education, all the environment that created us to get this good education, and free time to acquire this information and give it to you. You know, give it to the Ukrainians. You know, and that's the goal, right? Help out people. But I do want to go up on that. It's funny, some of these Putin supporters, they should have a little photo of them, right? 90% of Putin supporters on this island. They're not even white. And he's like, look, these people who support Putin, these ex-Trumpists, whatever, look what we're doing to the other Slavic people. They're not Slavic. They're not Russian Slavic. They're the weird Slavic. They're the Ukrainians. They can never be cool. You know what I'm saying? We got to destroy them. We got to take their land or whatever. They can never be Slavic enough. So we got to annihilate them. We got to kill them off, you know? They're willing to do that to other Slavic people. What the fuck do you think they're going to do to you? You know what I'm saying? And now they're scared shitless because they sort of kind of realize that and be like, oh, okay, well, now we're going to support Ukrainians. We got to look hard. We got to look tough, man. It's just like, these people are a fucking joke, man. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? You know what I'm talking about? If they're willing to kill other Slavic people, what do you think they're going to do to you? Why you even in the past supported Putin? What the fuck is going through your mind, man? These dumbass people, man. And they're trying to be like, you know, doing whatever it is, but like, nah, we were trying to, this Dennis or whatever's giving out information, you know, that's secretive or whatever. No, you're trying. Back in the day, in World War II, you're the type of individual trying to use that and slip out information, whatever, you know, talk about and be like, oh yeah, we're going aggressively after these good people, whatever, you know what I'm talking about? It's just like, that's what kind of, when I heard Dennis say that, I was like, are you serious? It must be an American that said that, you know. Probably Putin supporter. Undercut his authority, undercut his message, you know. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, and try to obfuscate it and then be like, okay, did he do something good? Let me take credit for that. You know, that's all part of this bullshit game of backstabbing or whatever. You know, just be cool, do what's right, treat people as equal. It's all part of it too, you know what I'm talking about? So, crazy. It's all part of this. I understand, like, being through therapy is just like you want to be very open or whatever. And I was already, you know, growing up with authority, I always rebelled against authority. So anything structured, I indirectly did not like. So having but I know I need to have a more structured life, you know. But there's a give and take. You don't want to have the point where it's OCD'd and everything else like that, you know. So my point is, you got to watch out for people that gaslight and have need to the point where they have to control every message. When they have to control every message, you know they're fucked up, you know. They're doing something malicious, you know. Do you want to have a structured and direct message, whatever, and, you know, have positive, you know, I wouldn't say control over it, but in the sense of positive control, that you're constantly touching base with the message, whatever, and directing it in the right way. Yeah, some structure to that message, definitely. You know what I'm talking about? And me, I'm just more of like very organic, whatever. You know, believe me, that's cool. You know, I'm talking whatever. I don't give a shit. But now I'm more of like, yes, I get to switch gears. My whole being, my whole self be a little bit more structured, and not be like, you know, apprehensive to that because of authority. But because I always was like anti-gaslight, you know, all that other shit. You know what I'm talking about? Where you need to like, you know, because everybody's in that mentality, you gotta hustle and bullshit and lie or whatever, you know what I'm talking about? It's just like, when you know that's what gaslighting is, you know what I'm saying? So you always want to be natural with just a little bit of structure. And so getting to that mode is what I'm getting into. And when I get into real estate, I gotta accept that and, you know, be more, get into that mentality of looking at my perception a little bit more, and it's okay to be a little bit more structured and have a little bit more positive control over it, you know, instead of trying to tell people you gotta believe this. And, you know, you just sort of anti that, you know, because of authority. And I didn't know that. And you always want to be laid back and, you know, be relatable or whatever to people and shit. And that's what I sort of saw when I was looking at some of these people. It's like, why is that sort of that vibe to me? It's like they have to give this false, you know, perception narrative at people, like they're giving away information when they're just, you know, the common infantryman. They're just saying their opinions, what it is. And they would blatantly, you know, just say, you know, this is where I'm coming from. I don't know if this is entirely correct or incorrect, but this is how I see about the situation. I hope it does some good. So it's always coming from a good place. But, you know, you always have these trolls to being like, it's this, that, or something else, and what they're doing, they're projecting who they are. You know what I'm talking about? And unfortunately, we all have to deal with that. They're projecting that since I support Putin, I want to undercut your message any way possible, but I need to hide it under layers of you know, this you know, of all this other bullshit, behaviorisms, you know, that looks like something else. So it looks like I'm doing the right thing, but I'm really supporting Putin, whatever. I think that you sort of, you know, that's sort of like I think they're outsmarting other people, and you see that arrogance and that really like that controlling ego mentality of people, you know, talk about that they could fool and deceive and manipulate or whatever else like that. And when you're dealing at a certain level, people could see through all that stuff. Like you're like a window pane. And I realized that growing up, you know, when I did all that stuff and I was involved in gaslight and whatever, you know, so you grew up, things are not going to stop still when I was 16 and 17 and be for the rest of my life. You know, you realize that and be like, oh, I'm dealing with people that could see through all my bullshit. And these are really good people. I want to be like that. And you absorb who they are and be like, all right. And that's how they get across who they are, to be relatable. And these things work for thousands of years and you gradually become that, you know, talking about. But some people never learn that. Then they could always manipulate and deceive or whatever. And you sort of see that vibe online or whatever because they have this anonymity. And that's the vibe when I saw like Dennis. I was like, oh man, you got to deal with that shit. You got to deal with those trolls or whatever. But honestly, good people will see through all that. They see that you're trying to help out, you know? It says, but those are the people you're trying to relate to. Can't relate to everybody, you know what I'm talking about? But relate to good people that help you out, that help out the world, that help you unite it, you know? Just trying to get a map real quick. Oops. Okay, I guess I gotta move it up over here. And we'll just do this. He has his maps all. I didn't watch this one yet, obviously. But this is probably one of this video right here. Update from Ukraine, endless Russian blitzkrieg, May 29, 22. Really informative. But anyways, let me look at his map. Or the map he goes to. But like I said, they already made decisions on what to do over here, so I'm just giving my opinions about it. I could blow it up a little bit more. Okay. You don't need to see my other arm. Or do you? I hope you don't. Somebody's like, yeah, I do. Let's see here, get a little bit more map. Just push it up a little bit. Maybe I could put it down here as to get a little more map. There we go. Yeah, okay, that's good. Faces all the identifiable stuff. That's where all the information is. You can see my pupil dilate and all that other stuff, right? Facial expressions. I'm on two screens, whatever, so I'm looking at it over here. Can you see this arrow when I'm on screen? Okay, you see the little hand. Okay. So I know this over here is higher ground than this over here, and that's what I was getting at with the map. From what I see, this is also the high ground where you could have artillery coming out and attack and defend from over there. But the way I see it is that they're going to be able to hold that river. And that's where the problem is, right? They know they could hold that. Russians know they could hold it. And the cost risk benefit of that. Because they could also hold this north if they entrench themselves correctly. So this is open over here. So you have this one side, Ukrainian. This side could be hold Ukrainian right here. North, and the river is Ukrainian. So you have three sides. Now obviously you have a box. And this is bottom side is what you're concerned about, right? So how many resources do you want to devote to keeping this open? And why do you want to devote resources to it? Like I said, it's touch and go. You want to see, I'm pretty sure they're seeing how it, everything plays out. But if they could hold Luchansk in that river and cause significant amount of casualties, and that's all relative. Like if they could really hold and do a lot of damage out there, then you want to attack over here and hold it and counterattack. But is that counterattack gonna waste more lives than holding that river? And I see that problem now, I'm talking about. And I know decisions have already been made on that, but I'm just giving my opinion. And hopefully, if you probe it and you could see that you could, the southern part, be able to get that high ground and hold it, then you could hold the chance, to talk about. And but it's just like, at least long enough, now you could build a really good defense right here. I'm talking about, then you can consolidate everything. So, and actually it'd be more of like a U, right? You want to make sure your flanks are covered. It's always something of that nature, something of that. I don't want to take anything literally. So you know how that is. People look for every little detail. Oh, we got to make a U. No, you want to make sure your flanks are covered and have your defensive line with them. That's my point when I said like a U. So never take anything I say literally or whatever. Get the good parts, throw all all the other dumb shit I say. But what the fuck is he talking about? This, whatever, But there's some brilliance in there, a lot of brilliance in there. So trying to help. So, but I think, honestly, like I hesitantly say, there's a good part of me that says you could do a lot of damage holding that river. And I think it's worth it, you know what I'm saying? But it's something you don't want to, for 1 second, be complacent about, and you don't talk about so. But ideally, you want to have a bunch of high ground and overlapping fire of artillery, you know, so each high position is covering other high positions all along this corridor right here, you know, so you can keep it all open as much as possible and as long as possible. I mean, the thing is about attacking high ground and attacking positions. You know, I don't want to get into like ratios like everybody else does. Just about you're wasting human life doing that. But what I do want to say, instead of attacking high positions and getting into bullshit, false senses of security that those attacks could be achieved, going into numbers and everything like that. But if you have high ground already, build your defenses up on there, and you have, um, and it's there's an avenue approach to the enemy, or it supports another position. Might as well already do it if you already have that ground. Make sure that you know you're doing it before, instead of attacking it and realizing so it's just like little, I'm saying that's the only thing I want to add. This doing a little bit extra effort, you know, and you're setting up overlapping fires. Like on a star fort, when everything's pointed out and you have the guns covering the different walls. Now, with our long range weaponry, those high ground are basically points of that star where that artillery is overlapping the next high point, and the next high point is overlapping that high point, and getting in between those valleys that you can't, you know what I'm saying? So that's what you kind of do. So one might be slightly isolated, but you have like three guarding it. So, and you can get into it. So they might push a little bit, but that one is able to get in over there. But like I say, I'm not saying it's something that needs to be very well thought out. This is not something you just sort of say here, here, here on a map, whatever, and it technically looks like that. You need someone that really knows that terrain, and that's why I'm getting into those maps, whatever, about how you could have like little hill fort keeps and holdouts and um, forward firing bases, whatever. That kind of concept of overlapping and different types of fire too, not just like artillery. Get more coffee. was thinking a little bit too. Now that I'm fully ready, I have a day. Anyways, where should I begin? The reason why I'm kind of hesitant to say attack or whatever is only because I'm not Ukrainian. And to say, okay, well, to lend even a hint of a conversation or direct a conversation or to even slightly insinuate to attack something where I'm really hesitant where it could cost a lot of people's lives. It's just like, you know what I mean? It's just, but I do think, I mean, I do agree with what Dennis said, whatever, but it's just from my point of view, not being Ukrainian, so I'm really hesitant to say anything like that, you know what I mean? It's just like, I'm really, my pet peeve when people try to control every little thing about a conversation, you know, so it's just, instead of just being cool and chill, whatever. It's just like, what, you know, where you coming from? Why, you know, saying it's just like, I'm good, you know what I mean? Peace, you know, I'm talking about, I don't need to deal with all that shit, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, so, you know, people try to, and I don't want to be like that, you know, I don't want to lead people to their death, you know, or even indirectly give plant a seed where it's the wrong way to go. You know, I'm really hesitant to do that, you know, but because the thing is, if you able to hold that high ground, it doesn't guarantee that you'll be able to hold the chance, you know what I'm talking about? Because, and if you hold the chance, that's good. But are you creating enough damage where it's worth it? You know what I'm talking about? And I think my personal feeling, you will be able to, and that will happen. But it's something that is something that needs to be addressed over there, you know? So that's why I'm hesitant, you know, of getting really anything really detailed. I'm really hesitant to say. That's why I try to avoid it, you know, um, and talk about bigger things, the bigger picture, um, because these things change every second, not just every day, every second, you know, and that's what I was getting to, you know. I think things are heating up, whatever, and they said everything was intensifying. And we sent 100 switchblades, and I was looking at that number, and I know what the German chancellor said, and it's sort of like how we all do it. Like there's something you publicly say you give, and there's stuff that's you don't say because you don't want to have everybody know about it, and that's really good. But with 100 switchblade drones, and I'm just like, there's more than 1,000 tanks out there, you know, just you know, I'm talking about, and I don't want to be like that numbers guy or whatever, but it doesn't add up, you know what I mean? So, but what I guess you a kind of rough figure is whatever is like this, right? Is let's say, and this is arbitrary. This is not what happened. Let's say you give 100 switchblades or whatever, and it was in a week. You have 100 switchblades in a week, and you know that those 100 switchblades in a week killed 8 tanks. All right, because whatever reason, or they kill whatever 26 tanks, whatever some number of tanks, we'll say. It doesn't matter. It's arbitrary. I'll go back to 8. So now you have a number. Out of 100%, I mean, out of 100 switchblade, you know you got 8 kills from it, right? In 1 week. And what's the reasons for that? Not of them going up to the front, not having armor in that area, few malfunction, whatever, some, or maybe you destroyed 8, disabled 4, whatever the number is. So you got a number, a rough number, right? Now, getting away from why the number is what the number is. That's not the argument. The argument is that it destroyed 8 tanks. You destroyed 8 vehicles. big picture, 8 vehicles, 100 Switchblades in 1 week. You got those three things, those 3 points. 100, 8 tanks, and you have the time, duration, 1 week. And this is just, I'm just saying it for example. It's not what happened or anything like that. Now you know that you need 100 Switchblades to cause 8 tanks. You know, I'm talking about in 1 week. So now you have that number. And there's so many externalities involved in this, but you have to have a point of reference to build your logistics off of, you know, what needs to be addressed, and those externalities you can start, you know, addressing also, whatever. And you can't pretend you could handle all these other things, you know, like you could better train the people at the front, you get these better to the front. It is what it is right fucking now. 108 tanks. Now you know that next week you need 100 more to get 8, you know what I'm talking about? And then you can start improving those numbers or whatever, you know what I'm talking about? It is what it is. And that's what you have to do with every weapon, you know what I'm talking about? But I mean, these things are, it's not perfect, it's not exact science. However, it's like saying, you know, you could bring up a lot of Persian generals, a lot of von Clausewitz, you know, strategems and everything else, and it's very applicable without a doubt. But don't get overly accurate where you build a sense of false sense of security with these things, you know. That's really, I'm hesitant, you know, so. But you do want to have some basic foundations of certain things, you know, like high ground, you know. I mean, you want to have the people who know a lot about it there, you know what I'm saying? It's just like with the Gerards, with the these German anti aircraft, anti-air, and also anti-vehicle, whatever. They're giving 15 of them, but it really should be like you give them 15 so they learn how to use it, because 15 is not going to change a battlefield, right? Especially the German film. I'm not saying all the Germans should know about it, right? Like, well, if we had 1,000 more Tiger IIs, we would have won the war. Well, you wouldn't have. First off, I'm gonna get in there. I could say that, right? Any of those little Nazi little fuckers that try to argue that thing, they're secretly are Nazis, whatever, try to say how Hitler could have won. No, he would not have won. The reason why he could not have won is because he kept fucking with everybody, and he kept fucking with a lot of good people. And they all teamed up and like, you're a fucking, you know, you're a piece of shit, you know what I'm talking about? Likes to bully people, and now we're all against you. That's why he lost. You know what I'm talking about? And he snuck attack people, and he had 10 years head start. And once we got our shit into gear, we were able to not all produce them, but have shit on the ground that were better than the Tiger IIs. You know what I'm talking about? Granted, they were a handful, whatever, but even just our handful of stuff was enough to beat fucking Hitler. Anyways, sorry, got off on a tangent. You don't want to be like, oh, well, you just need 1,000 more Tiger IIs or 1,000 Messerschmitts or whatever, and you know, Hitler would have won the war with his Uber weapons or whatever, you know. And you don't want to be like that, you know what I'm talking about? Where, you know what I'm saying, we just piecemealing, like they have more or whatever, you know what I'm talking about? It's this totality of diversity of weapons while having more. So what Hitler had was just a sparse amount of certain weapons. He wanted to build up his Panthers before he went to the Kursk, whatever, but it still wasn't enough or whatever, you know what I'm talking about? Because he realized, you know, him talking about, well, we have this simply having them out, and they were very effective. And if he just had enough of them, no, man, it's not just having them and they're better than the enemy can have. The Gerards better than the enemy, and then having it mass produced. It's having the Gerards in numbers while having the armored personnel carriers, while having the Stingers, you know what I'm talking about? So if you're giving them a little bit, yes, give them a little bit so they learn how to use it. So they learn how, not only when you give them a lot of it, they know how it works with other weapon systems, you know what I'm talking about? It's that combined arms, you know what I'm talking about? So you want to get it to that, you know what I'm saying? Don't get into some simple numbers or whatever, where well, we just had enough of it, you know what I'm talking about? Or you just had, oh, this is so much better than the enemy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, they have a Terminator. Ooh, you know, or they have two of them. Ooh, you know. Well, if they have 1,000 of them, maybe. And if they had everything else along with it, yes. You know what I'm saying? But it's not going to do much of nothing, you know what I'm talking about? So you want to get out of that mentality. These are very generalistic things, and I feel comfortable saying that. You know what I'm saying? So they have the Gerards, you know what I'm talking about? So it's anti-air. They could take out, you know, what I'm concerned about, not just like aircraft and everything. I'm concerned about the drones, the small drones. Um, I think I was talking about before about having very precise uh, long guns, whatever, guns, whatever, right? Because at the front line, you have a certain type of weapon, whatever. You want to be able to anti-personnel weapon, have certain kind of caliber or whatever, right? But I definitely think if you know your second line and your a drone operator or that type of guy, you know, I'm talking about whatever, a little bit in the rear of the gear, you know, talk about, you know, how people always say poke, whatever, you know. So people like to say to me, it's like, oh, you're a poke, whatever. I was like, no, I was infantry. I know because I have dark skin, you want to say poke and you want to like press my buttons, but I'll lead you to believe that, and then I'll link in there, you know, so I'll sink in there. Like I like to lead people believe that I'm like from Asia, whatever, and just like jab them with a knife because like I'm native, you know what I'm talking about? Can't be racist, you know. It doesn't matter if you think I'm South Asian, Hindu, or Southeast Asian, you know, Oriental or Arab or whatever, you know. You can't think I'm any of that. First off, I'm native, and race doesn't matter in our country, you know what I'm talking about? And you just lead them that belief. You suck them in, you draw out the racism, and you just boom, you know what I'm talking about? And who they are, you know, so they know you leave a psychological impact on them, shock on them that you know you can't be racist or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? It's just like that type of thing. You know. Anyways, and that's what you want to do. You want to draw these people in, turn that knife. Um, and so they show exactly who they are. You know, because they no matter how much of and you know when you're younger you do it all fucked up. You know because you have this twisted morality and you just want to be like you want to prove they're wrong or whatever, you know, I'm talking about. And you know, you're more American than they are, you know, by blood, being native and everything. And they have all these external things, you know, about them, but most of your blood is native or whatever, you know. And so you have this arrogancy of doing it, you know. So, but you grow up and you do it the right way. You try to build people together, um, and then dividing it. And I didn't realize that, you know what I'm saying, because I always want to um, confront racism and really, you know what I mean? You always want to, but it's not the best thing because we all have that racism in us, you know? So you don't draw out the bad at people. You try to bring out the good, have the best of them come out. And it's a really different mentality, and it's a lot difficult. It's more difficult, and it takes a lot more strength or whatever. But it's more fulfilling, and it gives you more confidence. You're a lot happier, and you realize that you're the same way. You're just as biased as everybody else because you have this native centric view of the world, and they have their other centric view of the world. They're Afrocentric, they're white centric, you know, talking about their Asian centric or whatever. And we all, you know, coalesce together or whatever in a big happy family, at least a few of us that could suppress it, you know. And that's what it's more about is it's okay to have those feelings, whatever, but you have to suppress all that, you know what I'm talking about, and look for the commonalities in humanity. And that's where the problem over here, you know, instead of viewing Ukrainians as their cousins, you just say they're cousins. Like it's okay to do this to Ukraine and you're killing people. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? And you're saying you're uniting Ukrainians when you're annihilating them, you're dividing them, you're segregating them off from you. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't know. But getting uh, into the accuracy of weapons. Second line, like, but I always thought that, like people always think that, you know, um, like you can possibly marine too dark, and there's only a few people, and you don't want to, and you want to protect, the Marine Corps, like the perception of it and everything. So you don't want to like talk bad about it, the racism and everything, and how only there's a few dark people in the infantry and everything else, but and they're mostly like support and everything, but it's just like you don't really care when you get older, you know what I mean? It's like I'm still American, and regardless, you know what I mean? It's like they're tough people, everything involves, so as long as you focus on talent, the most talented people, I'm all right, I'm talking about. And then you realize also, yeah, it's a little bit racist, but the people who have access to some of these things, that environment that had these influences, it is generational, definitely in the Marine Corps. So you sort of got to realize that your dad, and then their dad, and their dad, or whatever. So that's not racism itself; it's indirectly. So you just sort of let all those things kind of go. Um, People who know about the military, um, that's indirectly, it'd be more white people, but it's not directly. So you just sort of let all these things just. So you definitely want to defend the Marine Corps of not being racist or whatever, and of this being the really, talking about just like the better things of it, but you want to be real at the same time. But anyways, so I mean, it is what it is. Another story. But anyways, but I was in heavy weapons, and what I'm trying to get at is something very simple. Okay, when you see drones, enemy drones, Russian drones, they you should be able to take them out. And I know the Gerards, it'd be overkill for that with a 30 millimeter. And I was getting to the highly precise weapons, right? So a lower caliber weapon, that's more precise. And you just need to knock it a few times or whatever. And that's when, because technically you want to have it on the front lines, but then you would be switching weapons or whatever else like that. And you're just trying to get whatever you can up there, whatever, right? But now I think we have the luxury of choosing what kind of weaponry we do have, just throwing whatever we do have at the front. That if you know that you have certain personnel a step back from the front line, that drones need to be taken out no matter where you see them. Excuse me. My ear gets clogged up or whatever. And it shocks my little system sometimes. But so these are the type of weapons where it's always the German made weapons, and like Denmark and Scandinavia, they're just highly, they have all this all crazy shit onto it, whatever, highly accurate, but always heavily machined, over engineered shit, I'm talking about. So those type of guns, that are this very small caliber, they're super accurate, and you can literally just point the laser up at it and you're good, what I'm talking about. And you need to be like sort of like and don't even hesitate. And it's sort of like the mentality, like when you have ski shooting, that kind of thing. And obviously, not everybody has this talent to shotgun it. You know what I'm talking about? It'd be some kind of trick shot or whatever. So you have the laser on it. You have a highly accurate weapon. The second lines, you see the priority target up there, and drone, take it out. Boom, done. You know what I'm talking about? And then you switch locations. Saying so. That's what you gotta do. Highly precise. So, and obviously, how those highly precise weapons are not going to be. It had the penetrating power as as the frontline higher caliber weapons. That are focused more on penetration. And then well, are focused on other aspects, or whatever. What I'm saying. So, no, I am not. I know enough about guns to speak intelligently, but almost, I'm talking about, I don't want to get to the point where I know just enough where it's inaccurate or whatever. So I have a healthy disconnect from weapons. I'm not a weapons person. I told people when I was in Rican I'm not. I just definitely, but they put me in weapons anyways. So you're the best type. I was like, well, I guess, so whatever. That's just me. And that's because I read a book. I was reading a book and they're like, oh, here's this, all these weapons people, all the Marines. And then me. It was like, oh, why you got him? Oh, he's the brain freak and whatever. So I was like, okay. And so now I built these shoulders because of the pack and everything was the tube and everything, the mortar tube and everything, receivers and whatnot. But anyways, when my body could just barely take it, and not knowing about Paget's, barely, and it falls off, fuck man, fuck me, But yeah, taking out those drones. So everybody, but civilians should be focused in on that, you know. And that being said, if everybody's focused in on taking out drones, there's going to be probably a few drones that are on our side taken out. That's all right, because we should be giving a steady supply of very heavy consumer grade drones, to them. Talking about this constantly giving it to them. That I mean, they don't need to be military quality. I was thinking, like we could give them like Predator drones and everything, our old tier. I was like, what's the point of that? It's just they were our first attempt to really figure out the drone technology, you know. And honestly, consumer drones are a lot more versatile, So and the thing about it is that's what the problem what we have right now up in taking a while to my computer. It's not a brick, but it's not exactly the best. So they have defensive positions up here, right? And we're going like, well, we need artillery, but true, but you need accuracy with artillery, and then you use drones for that artillery, right, to be accurate. But what you need to do is technically you want to go after the higher priority targets, like the other artillery first, or ones that could cause the most damage, right? But I think we're getting into an area where we need to go after fortified positions where we know we could take them out, and that's where drones come in, and any kind of type these versatile drones come in. It's not only the Turkish drones or whatever, but these jury rigged pro consumer drones that drop mortar rounds, tube fire weapons and direct fire weapons, and they have that aerodynamic um, shape to the round or whatever that you could just drop and it'll come down, and you could change, the fuses on it or whatever on it if you want to have ground burst and air burst or whatever. Um, so that type of thing. And so, and the only way you're going to beat these static positions is taking out each individual position in detail. I'm talking about, and having just massive artillery barrages and attacks, whatever. So you have a trench and you have a few people. You're gonna have to do the very tedious task of going over there, dropping around, boom, taking out that trench, and then taking out faster than they could dig trenches, whatever. Ideally, you want to take out, their artillery and everything else like that. But the reality is that it's very very detailed, nuanced thing, and a lot of drones are going to be able to do that, and that's why we need a steady supply of drones. Because what else is going to be that accurate? You know what I'm saying? So artillery is going to have a certain angle to it and a certain accuracy to it, but I mean, is it enough? So you need this, like I said, combined arms type of thing. It's not just going to be drones. It's not going to be the 177s or the MRS or whatever. And what I'm hesitantly say about the MRS is not that it could, the whole thing is shooting into Russia or whatever. I mean, and then, the shot spread of everything going into like civilians or whatever. And you don't want to create that. But these things need to be semi-smart. I mean, if there's such a long range, and that's why I'm really hesitant. Like, what's the point of it could reach such a long range if it's not going to hit what you need to hit? Because they're basically sort of like a terror weapon, whatever. They're just indiscriminately firing it at Ukraine, well, the Russians are, right? And they just kill civilians, or whatever. What Ukrainians, what we need to give to them is just like, they're coming, to the front line, and now they're clustered somewhere, and we need something to reach that's accurate, I'm talking about. So accuracy with these MRS is a lot more important. It is secondary importance to range, it's just as secondary, just as important range, whatever, and of course they're using like drones to pinpoint fire or whatever. Maybe you can even drop a temporary marker where or the MRS sort of come down on that area, whatever. But there needs to be some sort of smarter aspect to these longer ranges, whatever, because they're kind of pointless if they're not hitting the target. It's just like when the Ukrainians attacked all the way up into Kursk and Belgorod recently and had those attacks, right? It's like, well, we went after their fuel supplies and ammo, whatever. And, obviously, that's good to go after the supplies and ammo. I'm not going to get into it. It's good to attack, Russia, whatever, but, wars were never fought where it's entirely on your territory, whatever. But we have different political concerns right now of, not escalating and everything. But honestly, it needs to be just the Ukrainians do that. I'm talking about we can't get anywhere near us being involved in, Russian territory. I'm talking about, they fucked with Ukrainians. That's what's going to happen. It's just natural, what I'm saying? What the fuck, what I'm saying? So what do you think was going to happen? What I'm saying? We're going to stop at the border and be like, okay, you could hit us, just reach over the border and punch us while we stand at the border. I mean, yeah, it's just common sense, right? You know what I'm saying? So of course they're gonna reach over across the border and attack the people who are annihilating them. It was just, it's just me. What I'm saying? It's just like, what do you think? What I'm saying? And if you think anything different, there's, whatever, tell the Russian to shut his mouth, But it can't be us, what I'm talking about? So, but what I was getting at, if you're going to do that, go after ammo, because you can't destroy the weapon, right? You go after the ammo that supplies the weapon. You go after the thing that makes it go boom, right? But the thing about it is, I know that if you hit an ammo depot, you're going to hear that in Ukraine. You're going to hear that secondary explosion, maybe even in Moscow and Latvia and the Baltic, Estonia, Lithuania, um, Latvia, and even maybe Poland or whatever. It's going to be that big. It's going to be like a fucking earthquake. You know what I'm talking about? Not that I know what it sounds like, whatever, but just if you take from World War II when a battleship was taken out, hit it and hit the ammo, ammo compartment, and those big ass turrets that you see on the Missouri and Arizona and all the other state ships, battleships, that thing went flying. They said what, half a mile, mile and a half. To see the size of that, what kind of god awful explosion did that, or the weapons depot that exploded, and on Pearl Harbor, whatever, you just, this whole island heard it, whatever. And these other explosions that, you read about taking out, even the Seminole Wars with the Negro Fort, they had a really good shot into where they were storing ammo, and boom, 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 the whole fort just blew up or whatever. It was a really good fortified position for the Seminoles and the escaped slaves or whatever. When you hit the ammo depot, and even in World War II, like when they went after the ammo, it was just like you could hear it in England. When you got when you hit the ammo depot. You know what I'm saying? So my point is, you don't want to have it a token raid like the Doolittle raid, where you're sort of dropping a little bit of bombs or whatever, and you have a little bit political victory, a little psychological victory, saying for propaganda, whatever. You need to really, if you're going to hit the ammo depot and really have an impact, you need to hit the ammo depot and blow it the fuck up. You know what I'm talking about? And that's gonna have an impact because I just saw a little bit fires. I was like, oh, that's cool. You have that capability, but you would think with satellite technology or whatever, where those depots are. You know what I'm talking about? And you would have a real impact into the war or whatever. By destroying all those things that go and make the weapons go boom. That's just that's just what I get. I don't know if I'm right, but that's how I'm looking at and feeling things out right now about you know that's my concern. It's like going after that, go after it. What I'm saying? Just don't talk, a little something. You know I guess what I'm trying to say, really, I know it sounds I don't want to excuse me, say a bunch of like things that are not irrelevant, but sort of I think is a direct analogous to some of the things we saw in some of past world wars. If you're going to hit an ammo dump, make sure it counts. Instead of just saying technically you attack them, because like in World War One, we had the well, I didn't have that, but the Germans had the Paris gun, right, and it was technically able to hit Paris behind the front lines. And what did it do besides just cause, um, exquisite casualty, kill people? It was basically sort of kind of like a terror weapon, and say, oh, we could hit Paris, so it's a propaganda thing. Or like when the Germans again in World War II with the V1s and V2s, they could technically hit London, but they were inaccurate again. A terror weapon, what I'm talking about? It's just you don't want to get into that, what I'm saying? I'm going to make these things highly accurate and destroy specific targets, what I'm talking about? What I'm saying? It's just like, what's another thing? With the Japanese with their fire, not the fire bombs we did on Tokyo, whatever. That was very directed or whatever, or getting rid of any population that was building enemy weapons or whatever. But when they dropped fire bombs on the balloons that went up, is it indiscriminately dropping it and causing fire? What did that do to us? It didn't do anything to us. You know what I mean? So it's fucked up that you have to kill people. I'm talking about, it's fucked up that the Russians are killing the population, because they're killing the population specifically because they know that that population is supporting the military, and the population itself is part of the military, and there's no direct distinction from that because every man is conscripted or whatever. I get that. I'm talking about still crime, still, whatever, I'm talking about. But the thing about it is, what is it? That is a directed thing, I'm talking about. So they're killing people for military purpose, whatever, right? So getting out of that, we need to make sure that those, that is attacking military target, and that it sinfully affects the military, I mean, the military capability, so you gotta segregate, well, delineate. I should never say that, the association and connotation of that word. You have to delineate, the people aspect, whatever, and military target. And it's just like being here in America, a degree of separation. You could easily understand why, the Russians are killing, Ukrainians, because they're a threat to them. Well, you cause a threat first off, but what I mean. And then us as Americans, why did we drop those firebombs? Because that whole country was geared towards war as a fascist militaristic state or whatever. So of course we're going to do that, I'm talking about. But of course, if you're Japanese, it's just like, oh, that's our people, and you have those type of loyalties and that empathy or whatever. But those people were killing Americans. They were enabling population and military to kill Americans. And we dropped a bomb on them, so other Americans wouldn't have to go in there and get killed, And it's really kind of crazy, because when people say we shouldn't have dropped it, what about all those billions of people that were in Okinawa and Navajo and Native Americans that were there? I'm talking, you're saying that my people would have to root out your people, and the bomb was evil? I'm talking about? It's killing people is not the best decision. Is never, I'm saying, it's not, is it, I'm saying, it's just not a good thing to begin with, whatever, I'm saying. But you have to take responsibility for responsibility is due, I'm talking about. I wouldn't be here if those decisions weren't made by our government, I'm saying. So So that's really like really so you understand it, but it's just like here we are trying to, make the best decisions. And that's why I'm very hesitant to say any of these things in very detailed form of it, because there's lives. And here I am just very complacently stating anything, about this war. But I know I could fill in a few of these things where some things could be adjusted, or at least looked at from my point of view where it could help out. So my thing is the Russian population is not it. It could be it's an asset and a hindrance at the same time. Is that something, and it could escalate it. So you don't want to go after it, and you want to make sure you hit these ammo depots. Make sure they're the big ones. You'll know it. You will definitely know it when you hit it. Make a big impact, and that's why my concern about not. I'm not the administration, so I could say my opinion. If you have something that could hit these ammo depots, if it's a helicopter, a regular missile, not MRS or whatever it is, make sure you know where it is, and you cause those secondary explosions. Just don't go there and boop, 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 we made a fire, or whatever. Don't shoot. Make sure you got something that could cook off the ammunition. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know if you're going to get that information or not. But I think um, you're going to get one way or the other. You know what I'm talking about? Because I'd rather kill that ammunition before it gets to the front line, before it has a chance to kill, people I love and care about. You know what I mean? So it's just no good decisions, man. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, you have all these other things, you gotta take in consideration, right? You choose to kill people. Now you have to decide like when is the right time to kill other people so you don't get killed, and now you're like, I have to wait until I'm more of a threat, until they're more of a threat to me. It's just like, I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying. It's just like you give out what you can to help out, and you let other people build on that and make decisions, and what I'm talking about. And be like, oh, that makes sense right there. Okay, Dave, Supreme, whatever. Let's build on top of that. And this is how you do with this, and whatever. Okay, you brought up a good point over here, or that over there is just where the fuck did you get that shit from? Or just whatever. But this is like crazy, man. Anyways, so in detail, these entrenched positions over here, it's the only way you're gonna have to do it because they're already dug in. Constant applying pressure, whatever, on them now that they're in there, because I don't think any amount of artillery. I mean, well, I think precise is more the way you want to deal with this than anything else. Then, so you have heavy artillery that's very precise, definitely. Precision's more important in this scenario. If they're dug in, you got to go after one position after the next position after the next position methodically, and have the ability and capability to do that. That's how you get this last pocket out. And I'll leave it in that general range of stuff that you have, and drones is another tool under that. But accuracy and precision is that for that pocket. No, no, this river. I get this river. This and this other stuff. I think I said the bulk of what I already was going to say. But what I do want to make sure I did state was about Putin allowing the general and a few other people to have some kind of dissension, right? And I heard a bunch of stuff, and I don't know if I'm pretty sure I got it. I'm pretty sure, but I could be wrong. But if you go on to the thinking that Putin, you could say that Putin knows or allows these people to speak, but he's one person. How can he allow all these people to speak, right? For and against. Of course, he's going to have people for the war. So now you had this general who spoke out against the war. And some people are saying, well, Putin allowed that, or maybe he didn't know about it. But the fact of the matter is, he did dissent against the war and was against it. So let's say we'll go with both scenarios, that he allowed it, or it was stated and he didn't get it to it fast enough and it already was on the air or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, he didn't suppress it. He didn't, or maybe he did. I don't think like he tried to censor it. People know about what this general said against the war. And so people are saying, well, this is like a watershed or whatever, or this people are, he might be readjusting how he thinks about the war instead of, a week or two ago, or whatever, right? And I was waiting for a little bit more information that I could pull from it or whatever, but I didn't really see anything different other than, and because the thing is, like, I already have my own biases, and I was going to state something that's already in view of my own biases, my own thinking about what Putin's doing. And that is, again, people saying that he's very quietly mobilizing his population. And so that was already that was already in my thinking already, I'm talking about. And I was like, am I already thinking? Because I'm already thinking about it and I'm reinforcing my beliefs, and I'm in this echo chamber. And if I'm in this echo chamber and I'm dealing with all this death and destruction, it's very, I could, it's not something I want to make sure that I'm correct in stating this, whatever, right? So I didn't want to state anything at the time. So I was like, I don't know if I'm in this echo chamber of my own self, my internal echo chamber. But I'm fairly certain that he's using this to convince other people to enlist. And that's what I was getting at. So, like, we're facing an external threat, fabricated or not, that we need to mobilize, and we could lose if we don't mobilize. Like, if we just had more people, just one more thing, you as a Russian being the uber soldat, we can win. See, there's already dissension because this person right here knows there's not enough people. And so and I don't want to be like, I could read everybody. I don't want to be like that. But I don't see anything else. That I'm talking about. So, but I was very highly concerned. I was in my own echo chamber stating that, and that means like if he's using everything indirectly or directly to convince people to mobilize, how deep does that mobilization go, And so that's the train of thought. That is why I was hesitant, But, I mean, it's not something we can't deal with it, but it's just like, it's escalatory. It's highly escalatory, And it's like, if you have the confidence to escalate, then what is giving you this confidence if you're just gradually moving along, China, what I'm saying? So it's just like, I don't know, man. All right. I've been drinking a lot of coffee. Let me collect myself before I go on. But here's my thinking about everything. Let me see if I could state this correctly, or if this has is applicable as much as I think it is, right? Since we live in a free society, um, I started off with that. I personally believe in why our country came about the way it is, our founders, that we want to break the yoke of English, the king, right? Because the more they tried to control us, the less they actually did. My personal belief. And the more you want to not be controlled, let's say that. The more you try to control somebody, the more someone doesn't want to be controlled. That's us. You got to do this, you got to do that. You're the colonies. You give us all the money while you be rich in England. We'll tax you and you get none of the good stuff. You do, saying whatever. You're just a colonist. Now, how that applies to the situation right now. So Putin allowed this guy to speak. This is my logic. I don't know if I'm correct. This is how I see it. I'm talking about because I need someone to say, "Oh, that's right," or I can see where you're coming from, or whatever. But this is how I see it. Okay. Spoke out against the war. So if he allowed it, he's going to use it to his advantage. He's going to use everything. He's going to make lemons out of lemonade. So if this person spoke out of the war, and it shows you that people can speak about the war, right? But it's still there in the population at the war. We all know this. But now he did it on a public format, right? And so obviously, if he uses this for his advantage to say, look, we need more people. We shouldn't have people like this talking about the war. I mean, we live in a free society. I'll let this guy speak or whatever. But see now, I know you're from Russia. I know you're for the Z army and all that other stuff. But obviously, there's some concern about the war, and we need to look at those concerns. We need more people. I'm talking about. Look at what this guy said. He says we're going to lose this if we don't have more resources, if you don't fully mobilize. Look what this guy just said. So he's going to use that to advantage to get more people. Okay. That's what I was saying. Now, if you follow that logic, or this way of thinking I'm coming up with, you can't control everybody. We already know there's a sentiment against the war. So you already have one person speaking out the war. So he's going to try to consolidate power and more of a militaristic, fascist, whatever, more of a police control of the Russian state, so he could stay in power and survive, so he could live, and send off all the people who are a threat to him to the war. Or whatever, I don't know. But consolidate power, turn them, whatever the fuck he does. Actually probably send out the people that his undesirables, or people that he view will not gain him power, sort of like in that gray area. It was probably those people who will conscript. Because you got the people that are fully Russian that are for him, he wants to keep, and they have that like gray area. And then you have the opposition, right? And you send all the people in the gray area. So if they stay put, they might be against the war. So you send them off because they're still pro-Russian, whatever, what I'm saying? So, and if they had the opportunity or whatever, not to be controlled. Now happens. So he's going to try to control the population. I don't know. That's my thinking. But as these um, slowly mobilizes the country, if it's going to create another opposition that doesn't want to be controlled, and that's the thing. So this is something that definitely needs to be looked at, you know. So um, it's there, obviously, but when people say, "Oh, there is going to be a total reassessment in the total Russian population," you know, it's just like it's there, but the more you try to, and he already, that's what he knows, you know what I'm talking about? That's why he needs to convince people to fully mobilize. He has to make the Ukrainians the scarecrow, the straw man. Well, that's, people make believe an enemy that could never exist in reality, and be like, that person right there, those people right there are the enemy, you know. So that's what, Hitler did with the Jews. They control everything, a straw man argument, just like, because there's no basis for it. And then, if everybody gets together, yeah, the reason why I'm not the best in the world is because of, not because I'm a fucking piece of shit, it's because of those people, those other people who are external from my group, who is me and my laziness and my whatever, my not following through with shit, you know what I'm talking about? And me being negative and a bitch and a piece of shit. I didn't get whatever, you know what I'm talking about? It's just like, you got to look at yourself, and you blame it on another group, you know what I'm talking about? You'd be like, yeah, it's them, you know what I'm talking about? The straw man argument, you know what I'm talking about? And it has no basis, you know what I'm saying? And so it's just racism. And racism, and to convince you have to lie, you know what I'm talking about? And we all have these faults, I need to follow through more with stuff, I'm talking about? I need to have a kick in the butt or whatever, I'm talking about? We all have these things, whatever, but if you dump all this crap onto another group of people, I know about racism and everything, and be like, oh, it's just like the Jewish people, whatever, like Hitler did, whatever, and you need that to unify people. It's just like, yeah, I just don't know, so it really has me concerned, because the Ukrainians are this external threat. They need to make a preemptive strike on this enemy. Like, what did they do? It's just, what else is he going to? What is he capable of else stating? Whatever, because this am I mistaken? Is Ukrainian just like everybody else? You know what I'm talking about? The Jew just like everybody else. But you go after a small part of the population and be like, oh yeah, let's unify everybody. And to them, like, the Ukrainians were just a small part of the population, and they didn't know Ukrainians were going to fight back, but they already passed the point of no return. So they're going with this bullshit propaganda, this lie about that. They're a sub race, and, they need to be annihilated or whatever. It's just making that straw man scarecrow argument that could never exist. And it doesn't exist, it's like all the shit he's saying, like this external Ukrainians are, we had to attack them to save ourselves. It's just like, you just see it time and time again in racism. Because that convinces people to act violently and deadly, on a lie. And it's costing Russians people's lives. And Ukrainians. Obviously, it's causing Ukrainians, but it's just like you're killing two people at the same time. So that's when I saw that, that's what went through my mind. That he's using it to convince people to even more mobilize, but to what extent? I'm talking about. And the thing is, we got to mobilize. We got to quietly mobilize ourselves. Defense Production Act. A lot of anti-air is the key thing. So anti-air and anti-missiles. Just a case. And all the weapons we think we're going to use in war, give it to Ukraine. We're never going to use it. We're just not. We spent 99% of the time thinking about the worst case scenario against Russia. And right now there's a country fighting Russia. Well, we give those weapons to the people fighting the Russians that we're saving to maybe fight Russia. I'm talking about. So all that old shit, just give it to Ukraine. I'm talking about. It's just like, because they're actually doing something with it. It's just collecting dust and getting all. You got to look at it like this, right? It costs a certain amount of money to maintain those weapons. So, and they're not being utilized or ever will be utilized or whatever. So you have to do a little risk reward thing about it. And if it crosses a certain threshold, which most of this shit does, just give it to fucking Ukraine and we get better shit, I'm talking about, and fill in with better shit. Because that's where we're destroying Russian equipment right now. So let's give stuff, our old shit, towards destroying Russian equipment. Instead of pretending like we need a stockpile where, well, we'll wait till they rebuild and then we could use it. No, fucking don't wait till they rebuild it. Destroy their shit now. Give us all our old stuff and we could even save a little bit of money and use that money that we're saving to build better quality stuff than next generation. Instead of maintaining all that old stuff. That we have to do all this other kind of bullshit, whatever it is, collecting dust, and everything does have a shelf life. If you see all this stuff that on the list of whatever that we have, it costs money to maintain or whatever. What I'm saying, let's get some usage at it. Let's get some mileage out of it. Let's get some bang for our buck, whatever. Give it to the Ukrainians, and the money that we're saving on maintaining it. On R&D, on our next tier shit. You know what I'm saying? That's my thinking. That's just me. Makes sense. We're saving for Russia. And now we have a country attacking Russia that could utilize this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it's a no-brainer. In the Lend-Lease, but you could turn it up a few notches, whatever, and so and my thinking is I'll get into this a little bit. I'll quickly state this. We definitely want to give them barges, military barges and regular barges. Because as they attack in here, however they're going to do it, down this road, down that road, whatever they're going to do, cut them in half, cut them in thirds, dice it up, annihilate it. How Sheridan did, how Caesar did, how Schwarzkopf did. I'm talking about all that stuff. But you could also do is have barges come down in here, and if there's a fortified position that you could hold and resupply, you can start pulling troops away from the front line and have a like a landing at Incheon in Korea, that kind of thing, or land behind the front lines, you know, talking about that kind of thing. Or when you did, in Italy, you know, talking about in Anzio, you went the uh, the line right there, the Anzio line, you landed right above lines, and you held it right there, and you pull people out from line, then you could attack it. You know what I'm saying? So you want to have barges and come with a specialized group of people, whatever. Um, that thing gets too dicey, whatever, or spicy. I don't know. Never know with the Russians, right? Um, you could just you just pull the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? So you pull troops away from them. You know what I'm saying? So or over here, you could maybe like hold this type of river over here, or this river right here, or something like that. And you just pull more people away from the front lines as your counterattack down, you know? So a smaller group of people could disproportionately remove people from the front line and even cause some damage and get the hell out of Dodge along the river or whatever. So you use the river to your advantage, you know, and instead of a hindrance. That's my thinking, you know. Get some zodiacs or whatever or something like that, you know, that type of thing. And you definitely want to have more, not just pontoon bridges, but even like commercial barges on obviously on the Ukrainian side, so you could have even smaller vehicles or whatever, and regular type of ammo being supplied or whatever, you know, across the river, you know, at will, like it's nothing, you know. So you have full use of the river, full its total asset to you, whatever, than any kind of barrier than anything else. It's just nothing but to your benefit, the river. That's my thinking. You want to get the river where it helps it the only thing it helps you no matter what, you know, I'm talking about. So that kind of thing. And the Russians the opposite. I guess like generally speaking, we all like people look at tactics, whatever. I want to say Mongolian tactics, but everybody's saying the Russians are the horde and everything like that. But it goes even instance directly to the Spartans. But they Spartans, you know, got it probably even before that, where the faint retreat and then you turn on a dime, you attack them conservatively while they're disorganized. And the Mongolians did it on a long scale basis. So I think that's probably, and definitely it's being the steppe is a good analogy to it. Um, Either way, even Spartans proved it that it had to be highly coordinated, and people would listen to the Spartans, other allied states when it was needed or whatever, right? So a faint retreat or whatever would have to always be like highly detailed and well coordinated when we get into it. And that's what if we lead in the Russians and draw them out, it would make sure it's highly coordinated because you want to use their disorganization to your advantage, whatever. We have a highly organized force counterattacking it. So you ever get in the situations like that, and that's what has been going on or whatever. But I'm gonna get into where I'm getting where a potential scenario about that, because now they're slowly being drawn in. And I think once the counter, like the actual counterattack comes, I think there's very little option to do what I think should be done in Korea. Is that everybody's a genius in hindsight. If we were able to close down the top of North Korea, the Yalu River right there, right, and then beat the North Koreans back, but you know the generals knew that at the time they were hemmed in by politics. Everything is all this thing is like, you know, not just governed by politics. Okay, I'll say it. Okay, so you got people who want to kill you inside your country. You get basically one shot at this, like Stephen Strange, right? You got to annihilate everything that's in your country, or else they're going to come back and they're going to do this shit again where you don't know if you're going to, you just don't know the future. So once they get drawn in, you need to make sure you cut off their retreat. So there's nothing left of them. So wherever they're retreating back to, is it Kursk, Belgorod, any city in here, Rostov, whatever, before they even have a chance to get there, you obliterate any kind of weapons depot, fuel depot, food, storage places, all along the outside of Ukraine or whatever. So you cut off where they're going to retreat to. You know what I'm talking about? Boom, done. Because now, as soon as you start your counterattack, that's where they're going to get all the resupplies. That's where they're going to get all the armor or whatever. So you get that, the ammo, the armor, wherever that could house and do that when the counterattack stops. So you cut off that, far back already. Boom, doors shut. And then you try to pincer them as much as possible, whatever, right? To the border. And you kill them in detail. So there's nothing left of the Russian military because it's sort of like an egg, right? Russia pushed out everything. Like that's the egg, right? How to draw it. Okay, so that's Russia is that circle right here. And this is Ukraine. And all you have to do is break through that shell. And once you break through that shell, there's nothing left but the gooey inside or whatever. So you want to draw as much of that shell in as possible. And annihilate it. Because then what is left to defend Russia? Nothing, you already destroyed it. You know what I'm saying? So you want to draw it in as much as possible. Cut off the retreat and annihilate it. So you're going to push them back, right? But now they're just going to walk it back. You got to destroy where they're walking back to, where there's no place to walk back to. And you push them back and you pincer where you can. And then if you want to even be another level of this, as you push them back, you see where the terrain is just completely obliterated from human life. It's just total wasteland and no man's land. And then you got to make the tough decision and be like, all right, we're going to make the Russians think that they could counterattack back once you counterattack. So you have them all come up in that one funnel, that a designated area that you predetermined is your kill zone, that wasteland that's already destroyed anyways. You know what I'm talking about? Where they do one last push. If Russians just did one last thing, we got this war. They counterattacked, and these pussies could even counterattack correctly. And now we're counterattack these Ukrainians, right? So now they're counterattacking this already predetermined wasteland, this big swath of Ukraine that's already destroyed. And now they're funneling in. But lo and behold, you already had your kill zone already set up for that. So the very, very last push they have that could have any hope of victory for them, and you're being very methodical and very conservative about it, because you have to kill as much of them as possible. So you want to draw them in where you know you could handle them, hence this kill zone, and you're drawing them into where you want them. And you have to make sure it's where you want them, that you have your kill zone set up, that you have all your artillery zeroed in, you already have your aircraft that could strafe them, you know what I'm talking about? You already have all those other things. So you have to be, it has to be highly coordinated, you know what I'm talking about? And you're drawing them in this last ditch of hopefully disorganized things coming up. We got them on the run. And you're drawing them deep into this already desolated wasteland. Unfortunately, what's happening into Ukraine. and now you got them because you fooled them. You know what I'm talking about? Because see, now they think Ukraine's on the run and we could just do whatever. It doesn't even matter. You know what I'm talking about? We could just be all disorganized and everything. You're just drawing them in. You're drawing them in. And all of a sudden, you know you have everything that's what's left of them in the place that you want them. And then you just lay everything on them. You destroy it. You know what I'm saying? Your time of choosing, your terrain, the weapons that you want. This is something that has to be highly coordinated. So you got the counterattack. Now you know they're building up forced to build up that counterattack. Be like, okay, I got you. And you already know, you just open up your front lines and you just allow them in. And all the meantime, you're preparing your entrenchments on either side of it. Way to close that door. Instead of, them choosing when to attack, you got them, you know what I'm saying? Because what they're going to do is use that equipment where it's best suited for them. And you wanted to make them think that they have the advantage or whatever. And be like, oh, we got them. They bring it in. And we got to put it here because now we got them under this, our last ditch win, whatever. Is all we got to do is just push through over here. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter what we do. We got these Ukrainians. And then close the door again. You know what I'm talking about? So it's just something, like I said, the amount of coordination and will, and it had to be well thought out. You get one chance because you don't know in the future if Ukraine is going to have all this military equipment. It's going to be fully mobilized. It's gradually getting fully mobilized now. It could get tiers of mobilization higher. Talking to say people know. But it is like now, use it to your advantage to totally annihilate the Russian army, and you can. It's crazy. But definitely possible. I mean, it's crazy to think that Ukraine did every right thing to handle its situation. I'm talking about, that's what I meant when it's crazy. I'm not saying this whole war is crazy, whatever, but they did enough correct things. Not every right thing. No one ever does everything, but they did enough correct things that weighed the fucked up things. Like we all hope we could do that without the bad things, that they could take on Russia. So we definitely need the tools to give it to Ukraine or whatever, but that's what I was saying was Ukraine, not just a general thing, whatever. So, but that needs to be highly coordinated if you do that, No. I'm leaving out one thing. I'm just trying to remember it. Ah, DARPA. And we look at these numbers for getting DARPA, like losing 50, 100 a day. To us, that seems a lot. It's unsustainable, but it is not a good number by any sense of means. But I'm gonna be really cold about it. They could lose 1,000 a day. It'd be still sustainable. So that being said, I don't think people really realize what Russia got themselves into. There's just no way they could win. I'm just saying. That being said, with the numbers they are, what that states, and from what I understand, that could be reduced. Now, people stated, like a lot about at the front lines, about ambulances and EMTs, that type of thing. There's a lack of that kind of thing. That could people are dying just for basic stuff like that. But and a lot of personal protective gear. I think we need to focus on a more precision type of things, and things that could weaponry that could take out people. So to get those numbers down, or what was the word? I don't want to say like straight down, because if you push more and more aggressive, numbers go up. But for all intents and purposes, the amount of activity that you're being more effective with everything. And I guess that's the whole point of everything, this whole conflict. I mean, the whole war, having you a more effective war machine. Let's see. Now that I said it, I have to. It is what it is, and I'm trying to. I'm ducking and weaving from 1,000 number. It is. It's significantly more than 100 that you could sustain yourself. Ukraine be fine with the numbers 100 losing a day. It's shitty. It sucks. People are dying, but they'll be able to. Ukraine's tough. I'm talking about they could sustain a lot more casualties than that and still keep going. People just got to get that in their head. This Russia's done. I'm talking about? That's my point. I said 1,000 a day, and I still stand by it. People understand Russia is not going to win this. Okay. I guess it's a better way to state it, all right? Now that I said 1,000 a day. But I guess one thing I did leave out, and it's indirectly related to everything, is how like these Gerards, this 30 caliber, I mean the 30 millimeter cannons, they're always dual whatever. People think, well, they're two twins or whatever, and they're always going to be the same distance out when you fire it, but it's really like it's this cone of fire, because the shaking of the gun spreads out the shot, whatever, right? And so when you have an Avenger or a Vulcan cannon, that's the multi-cannon minigun 30 caliber, it's like almost like a line of metal coming out. And the reason why they're faster projectile, because the barrel has time to cool down, whatever, and you could shoot it out faster, whatever, you could have more friction on it. And when you have a dual gun, it has to go off a slower rate of fire, whatever. And what I was getting at, it has a lower charge on the lower penetrating power than the Avenger or the Vulcan. And what I was getting at, I think the most cost-effective thing, since it's a lower rate of fire cannon, that we should look at the charging of the shot, so you could put more like grain into it, more stuff that makes it go faster, right? And then have it more penetrating power. So my thinking is that you could have. I was thinking you could maybe have a 50 millimeter cannon, talking about in a higher rate of fire. But then once you do that, you need a bigger, say more recoil. You need a bigger chassis and this and that and everything else like that, right? But if you do a 30 millimeter cannon that's already on everything, you could change the ammo. And you could have a more effective ammo in the same barrel, better quality of gamma, better boom, better charge to make it go faster. So that 30 millimeter cannon, as they're putting older and older tanks into it, it chew right into that fucking tank. So you have an anti-tank, anti-personnel code. You have an anti-tank, 30 millimeter cannon on everything with the correct ammo. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's a correct way to go on it, because the 30 millimeter is already on everything, instead of, I mean, you want to make a specialized, new cannon and everything, but a better way to, the really fast way to do it is the ammo, whatever, have it, the kinetic, a Sabot round, maybe, like that kind of thing. That could penetrate, because everybody's focused, or people explosive. Well, yeah, I want to have different types of rounds, right? You want to have in airburst, whatever, to or you want to intermix airburst with subburst, whatever, to get in a trench position, whatever. So the laser second explodes or whatever, anything above explodes, so you intermix or whatever. So it's really good at taking out those trenches, whatever. But then you also want to have your anti-armor rounds, whatever, right? So you can really push through this, like a fast round that just goes right through a tank, or actually starts just digging into it or whatever, right? But I'm not thinking, because the thing is, like, the thicker you get the round, right? Everything else has to be increased exponentially, right? But if you just make the round a little bit longer, it costs more, right? But and then when you're in peacetime, you're like, oh, this is what this is what we got to do. But now that we see what's happening, this weapon is being utilized more at the front, so we want to utilize more of the weapons, and give them more of the weapons that are being utilized, the more of the weapons that are effective. Because when you give out like 5 Gerards here, a few infantry fighting vehicles over there, armored, whatever, all those different type of vehicles, and you're like, oh, okay, well, this vehicle really works, so let's give them more of those vehicles works, that kind of thing. But hopefully those decisions are being made, because 5 of them aren't going to do it. But if you really see, oh, that's really diverse in taking out this position, that position, or whatever, now we put more of that vehicle, that heavy weaponry up front. But what I was getting at is we really need a more powerful 30 millimeter round. It's already up there. Just have more penetrating power, and I know we could do it, because it's not going to have that high rate of fire. So you want to make each round count. What I'm talking about. So, and having every 30 millimeter cannon capable artillery tank, that counterattack is just gonna be like, it's gonna annihilate. What I'm talking about. What's really happening is he pushing it up, you're taking a couple shots, and you see one tank or whatever. But you need, if you have first contact, or the first initial contact, you need those first couple of shots to kill, not just disable. So that's my thinking. Why the people shooting are going to survive. So this takes enough rounds so they could survive and move on to the next target. Okay. Enough for the little detailed stuff, whatever. I'll just get into what I wanted to talk about at the beginning, DARPA. Now I see like those Terminators, right? Coming in. They're urban firewall vehicles, and always get into like 2 or 3 won't make a difference or whatever. But the way I see them Is that getting the 3 caliber? Russian. Okay, this thing. Okay. This is supposed to be an urban fighting vehicle, whatever, but I think we should definitely look at it, see how it does perform, and take the good aspects of it, obviously. We're going to do that regardless, but I just need to state it. But we have, like, what is that, the Ripsaw? See if I could get a halfway decent photo of it. There we go. I guess I could increase this just a little bit, but here's the Ripsaw. And this is a modular tank. And it could be equipped with different things. And I think with tanks, this is the way to go is modularly. I think it's a lot easier because we're we can't pretend like we know what's the best configuration for it. So we definitely want to have different modules with different scenarios and what works and doesn't work. And like, we all thought that was going to work. And then turns out this configuration works, whatever. And so I think that's definitely the best way to go, you know, because I'm going to tell you my configuration of it. And doesn't mean it's going to be the best, you know, I mean, you know, you think everything's perfect until, you know, first contact with the enemy, right? So you just never know. That's why you want to be very hesitant about everything, especially when lives are at stake, you know. But modular is definitely the best thing. And now you see it on this Terminator, which isn't modular. And then now I'll see how our Ingenuity and this right here, you know, I'm talking about, that has a 30 mil, like, as a cannon. I don't know if 20 or 30, whatever. But the thing is, you can make it even lower because the lower they learned in Sweden, the lower the target is, harder to hit. You know what I'm talking about? So you want some of these things just above the track line. You know what I'm talking about? At the turret. And ideally, you probably want it to have like this movable suspension, whatever, so it could, the body or the chassis, whatever, could raise for terrain or lower. So if it's in a fighting position, everything just lowers down to the ground, you know? And then when it's on movement, it raises up, right? So this part of it right here, that could go down and up. When it's traveling, it's up. When it's in a fighting position, it's down, protected. So the everything's protected by the tracks or whatever, you know. Because the lower it is, the safer it is, right? Um, but my thing about this Terminator is these missile racks. Because you want like it's like a weapons platform, right? But this is indirect fire. I mean, not indirect, but this is like it's not a directed. It's not specifically for anything. It's just it just shoots out, right? I mean, like what's into that? Like one side of that should I was thinking it should be a Stinger, and the other side should be a Javelin, right? Because you have your 30 millimeter, it's all round, whatever. It could be anti-drone. It could be, anti-personnel. It could be small, lightly armored vehicles or whatever. And if you um, have, those even higher, better rounds that I was talking about, it could be even anti-armor, heavy armor in a pinch. But if you're going to already gonna have, these missile racks, right? My phone using my viewer can movements, whatever they can't really tell. There you go. Now you can see what the fuck I'm saying. Now, if you have these missile racks, right? I was gonna say you have Stingers or Javelins, right? Because now it could take out, anti-air if it comes up to it, and it could take out, vehicles that even a longer distance over, I would think, because now it has that capability of javelins, but you wouldn't want to put javelins in because a person could carry the fucking javelin. You know what I'm talking about? So you want something a notch above the javelin. So, was it medium or semi? Like whatever the terminology is. That's like something that's a super long range. I mean, not super long. Something like a couple, like 3 times of the range of a javelin. You know what I'm talking about? So that kind of thing. Because you don't have to carry it. So you take out the threat before it gets into range of the 30 millimeter. And that'd be modular. So you have the modular of Stingers, of the Stinger Plus, and you have the modular of the Javelin Plus, the longer range Javelin, you know what I'm saying? So I kind of think things just, twice, 3 times as long as a regular Javelin, whatever. 3 times, just something you just don't want to fucking carry, you know what I'm talking about? But you have a tank right there, boom. You put it up there, saying it's just a little augmentation, you got it. Not that type of thing. Something that's like, this is a bitch that fucking carry it. Technically we carry it, but there's the fucking tank right there. So, and that'd be modular. And so, it's something that you could cruise through a weapon just in, things get a little dicey or whatever, spicy. I don't know why I'm saying that. I'm just going to say it. Things get a little hectic. You pull it off and you fire it, I'm talking about that kind of thing. So that dual purpose, but because it's already being carried for you, I'm talking about, so it could be a little bit heavier. But with a little bit of effort, personnel could use it, a crew serve, a couple people could fire. And if that's a good modular thing to add to it, then so be it. So that's the whole thing about this Terminator. Like, I don't really understand how effective to destroy buildings, it is. That's basically, it's just, we could do it better. That's my point. We could do it better if we do it modular. So I think on our rip saws, that one side could be Stinger Plus, other side could be Javelin Plus, and then you have another modular of being a 50 cal, because now you have something you don't want to. 50 cal takes up less space, the ammo, whatever, so you have more rounds of that. So now that could handle a certain, diverse type of different types of arms, and the 30 millimeter could be more explosive rounds just in case, taking out 4 to 5 positions, that kind of thing. So modular 30 millimeter, 50 cal, another modular of the Stingers, javelins, another modular of smokes, having the radar, having that be a modular thing right there. And my idea is that it has the ability to take out um, any kind of drones. You know, like if you saw um, Tomorrow War as the White Claws were coming over the wall and were breaching the wall. You saw those anti-shank Avengers, those Vulcans with the little dome. They're zzz, you know, talking about they're all radar controlled independently, whatever, right? That's what you want these things to be. So watch that movie in that Pacific, rewind it, that kind of concept or whatever. If you're not really familiar with that weapon system, whatever. But nice little, I wish they expanded how they breached it or whatever, and they had the mines and everything, the White Claws. But it's already over a 2 hour movie, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. I liked it. It's like a good little sci-fi flick. I liked it. People always underrated, but I don't know. It's me. It's sci-fi. It already gets a few notches up on me. So, general population thinks it's a 5. I think it's a 7 or 8. So that's just me. So whatever. I don't give a fuck. You know, my like you could already tell I don't give a fuck what the fuck you think about. You know what I'm talking about. So, anyways, so that'd be another modular on it, so it could handle any air or whatever. You know, so we could do a lot better. And then we put these out, and I'd be like, oh my god, this weapon configuration is really good. Oh, this one sucks ass. Who the fuck came up with that shit? Or this one's good or whatever. We just mix and match or whatever. You know, that kind of thing. Because you might think it is like if you have smoke, and to me it's like, oh yeah, you know, you want to lay down smoke, whatever, right? To protect it. But then if you lay down smoke, whatever, how does that really come into play on the battlefield? And what kind of smoke are you gonna have, you know? Is it going to block IR, you know, come so you can't look at it? Because now, because you want to block it from javelins, right? You want to block it from other type of missiles hitting it. So you drop your smoke. So no radar could penetrate that smoke because now you have like a little shaft into that smoke, whatever. Not just, you know, visual thing, but you have IR stuff in that smoke and, you know, radar and everything else like that, right? So that's my thinking. Is that effective? I don't fucking know. But I think it would be. So let's put it on there. If it comes into play, good. So B, you have that module. You just lay, you know, you have enough of it, you keep doing it. If things get heated up or whatever, you know you're about to be attacked, you see a drone, whatever, or incoming, whatever, you have, and it quickly goes up and it can't just, there's just a big puff of whatever and it can't lock on. But you have that, then that radar system that's inside would have to be so powerful it could penetrate out of it, you know what I'm talking about? And you would have to shut that off also because then that's active or whatever. And, you know, all these other things need to come together and be in sync. It's just very, like you said, you got to play with these different configurations. I think we could do it better. That's what I was getting. So don't be set up on one little design of the Ripsaw, but I could see where the Terminator is coming from. I don't think it's going to do much shit. Even if you have like 1,000 of them, doesn't matter. That's my thinking. You know, whatever. It's new. Whoop-de-doo. You know, who gives a shit? But getting back to us, You see this the modular with the cannon on there, but I don't see one where it has two different modules on it. And that's another good thing. If one gets destroyed, you could just, replace it or whatever. It'll be easier to do that. And these are these are not radio controlled, but remote controlled and everything. But you can't scale these up to be to have carry infantry or whatever. I think that's a good option also, because you have different modules on it, and then you figure out the fighting capability will be increased by the different types of people you could put inside of it, because they're better weapon. So modular is definitely the key, though. But these are faster, so people are, definitely different to combine arms. No, I don't know. It's just like the whole thing what Russia's doing with their drones, like I think the Ukrainians are using Russian drones and they're able to track them. It's like the fuck, you know what I'm saying? It's like can't use that shit. What we need to do is like hack into their drones, right? Without them knowing about it. So as soon as they put them up, you don't want to do it immediately, right? But as soon as they're actually in use, but you don't want to make it look like you already know how to hack into it, right? You want to be like this, right? What did they do? Is it the worm virus? I don't know whatever the fuck they did to those centrifuges in Iran. It was like a combined American Israeli uh cyber team, whatever that came up with it, right? And made them spin faster, right? This is the kind of thing you want to do. So the drones go up, right? You make it look like it's a national thing. That's what we always do. We always make it look like plausible deniability, whatever. It's like they caused it, he caused it, or whatever. His actions or whatever, I'm talking about. We all live in that kind of world, like we're the superior being, it's all their fault or whatever, but you always play into that, you know. But in this case, you really sort of playing into time. We could get more drones because you do it all at once, you won't get as many drones. So it's more of like how many drones can you not make effective on the battlefield. And what I'm getting at is that be able to hack into that drone and set a certain commands where maybe, yes, as soon as you press something or reaches a certain speed, um, it just cuts off, right? And it looks like it's a malfunction and it sort of, or reaches when a certain altitude, it's a source of a certain speed and certain altitude because those two things could destroy the drone, right? Or I guess it's such a fusic thing, like it's spun too fast, or those things this non-stop spinning so goddamn quickly and this spins itself out and it goes up, whatever. Or left is right, right is up, down, or this kind, in every few seconds you switch out the controls or whatever, like so it's the opposite, and that kind of thing, or you tell it at a certain thing, like it turns upside down, that kind of thing, like this just randomly, so it looks like it's a malfunction. Now you get more drones like that, these Russian drones. That's my thinking. Since they want to track the Ukrainian drones, we have enough brain power. We could do that. You know what I mean? Just make it real like, all right, your shit's just malfunctioning, but like you can't do it. But right when you know it's it's being utilized, so you just take it right at the most prevalent time. Because they got this already. They got it to the front. It's all ready to go. We're gonna kill Ukrainians. And it goes up. Oh, that's fucked up their shit. And now all the Ukrainians is are going down on them, and because they put themselves on them, relying on this one little this thing or whatever. That's the kind of thing you want. So type of shit on them or whatever our defense. I don't know, start with something else. But yeah, that's those guys. That's my thinking. It's like we could do so much stuff. That's just, I don't know. We were in a drone war, man. That's what we are. Well, I know we're increasingly utilizing more drones. We're not in a drone war. We are definitely using it to a greater extent than we did at all levels, right? So we gotta definitely acknowledge that and go with it, and instead of be like, oh, well, it shouldn't be like this. It is what it is. Hmm. I guess what I want to do about is the armor too. Just go over it one more time and I don't know if it's not really dark, but I think they're more of like um, robotics and exoskeletons. Hmm. You know what I do think? Whatever, right? Some of these experimental weapons that we'll never really know the capability of, we should really see how they are in action and see the capability and vulnerabilities and killing effectiveness of it, everything about it, and then pull it back and improve upon it. So we use this as a test bed, you know, that kind of thing. And I mean, you could have to have contractors there that have plausible deniability away from the U.S. government and in those industries or whatever. But that's my thing. Just saying, it's like see how this thing works over there, and be like, oh my god, this is really good, and this is what we got. We want to push in this avenue because this comes in. This is what's really happening, whatever. And she spent all this time, and it's like, oh, that doesn't really happen. We need to use what we have to our advantage. And I guess if you really want to push that to another level with contractors and everything, it's like if you have like a certain weapon system, and again, our most advanced stuff, or even other stuff like say, I don't want to say advanced stuff. I'll leave that out of it. So take a step back here. Let's say if you had Harrier team or whatever, right? This type of heavy weapon. You have the pilot, you have the ground crew, you have all the weapons and the fuel for it, right? It's all encapsulated. So you have this contract group that has this weapon system itself, or this artillery piece that's really expendable all by itself. I mean, all itself has everything with it, all the ammo, or a certain tank, or whatever, right? And so these contractors go in, and okay, this is the Harrier that we all got, and now this is an extra kind of augments, the Ukrainians, so you can't really give them a Harrier or whatever, or you can't really give them this, whatever, I'm talking about. because they're not fully trained, whatever. But you could individually have contractors come in as a team or whatever, instead of just gradually getting contractors as, infantry or special ops or this or that or whatever. But it's the very highly coordinated per weapon system, per every equipment, and put that at the front line, or an augment, long range artillery and that kind of thing. So it's definitely, you gotta be, remember, organization is where we're going to beat it, I'm saying, where everything is, working and coordinating with each other, so that's my thinking. And that's how you can handle these experimental weaponry, whatever. They're going to have to go in as a team. I'm talking about. Just got to make sure that you have all the associated things with it, or whatever. I'm saying. So you want to contribute to the Ukrainian war effort than just seeing how the weapon is, and technically go over there, But oh, we just sent this over there. We'll see what happens. Well, let's go over there and take some goddamn notes. See how it really is. Let's get some good feedback. Just what I'm saying is to put in and put all that shit from the last 4 years behind us, and say, let's technically do something. Let's put all our best minds at it. I'm talking about really get shit done. And that's my thinking. Turning the country on itself, whatever. Anyways, I've been streaming for a while. I'm good. Hopefully I gave a few ideas for people to ponder, do some good. But yeah, I'm gonna sign off. I got a lot of stuff off my chest, and I got to study for my my broker's test, and I got to handle myself. But I think I could concentrate a little bit better. That I at least got a few things contribute us a little bit, and hopefully people could go through all that, see the good and not so good, and make the best of it. All right, I'm out. Glory Ukraine, belated Memorial Day. Bring out the best of yourself and other people. It's the most difficult thing in the world, but do it. Nutrition, work out, and live long, prosper. All right, I'm out. Peace.